partnership with the Google Arts and Culture platform to showcase the Cultural Heritage Center's work to protect and preserve cultural heritage around the world. The partnership launches today in celebration of World Heritage Day. The Cultural Heritage Center's first exhibition on the U.S. platform features the U.S. Ambassadors Fund for Cultural Preservation Program. Visitors can virtually tour multiple AFCP sites, such as Chunquillo in Peru, the earliest known astronomical observatory in the Americas, or Wat Chawat Tanram, a 17th century Buddhist temple in Thailand. The State Department works with international partners to preserve heritage and protect culturally important sites, objects, and practices. This community engagement spurs economic development, cultivates respect for cultural diversity, and further promotes U.S. foreign policy objectives. Since 2001, the U.S. Ambassadors Fund has worked with partners in over 130 countries to protect and preserve cultural heritage through more than 1,100 preservation projects. So, with all that at the top, happy to take your questions. Sean, welcome back again.
Thank you. Thanks. Perhaps right in Ukraine, the situation in Lviv, 77 people were killed. Russia is saying that it was targeting arms there. Do you have any assessment about what the Russian aim was about what the effects were there?
Well, I would in large part refer you to our Ukrainian partners and our Department of Defense to speak to Russia's military activity. I know that our Department of Defense has said as of this morning that many of the Russian strikes we've seen in recent days have targeted military installations, military adjacent installations. But the fact is that Russia, more than just launching an invasion, more than just launching a war, is undertaking a campaign of terror, a campaign of brutality, a campaign of despicable aggression against the people of Ukraine. And so when it comes to what we've seen in recent hours in terms of the strikes against Lviv, in terms of the strikes in the outskirts of Kyiv, or what we've seen in towns like Mariupol, towns like Kharkiv, what we've witnessed in Bucha, these are clear indications. They are a clear testament to the campaign of brutality, the campaign of terror that the Russians are waging against the people of Ukraine.
I wonder, just to follow up on that, those attacks on Kyiv and Lviv, do you see that as a kind of setback for these? It seemed like things had been improving in that part of the country, and a lot of Ukrainians were crossing the border the other way. Is that a setback to those people those Ukrainians who might have been thinking, it's safe to go back if we're from the west of the country, and also how does that factor into your considerations on whether to reestablish a diplomatic presence in the country?
Well, at a strategic level, we, of course, will reestablish a diplomatic presence just as soon as we are able. When it comes to our calculus, you know that we have a high priority on the safety, the security, the welfare, the well-being of American diplomats and our colleagues who are serving around the world. So we are continuing to assess the security situation, and when the security situation allows it, and not a second later, I can assure you that we will have a reestablished diplomatic presence on the ground in Ukraine. In the meantime, I wouldn't want to offer the misimpression that the lack of a formal diplomatic presence, the lack of a diplomatic team on the ground, has in any way encumbered our ability to coordinate, to consult with our Ukrainian partners. We do that as a matter of course. As you know, we have a diplomatic team stationed across the border in Poland. They have been engaging regularly with their Ukrainian counterparts at the highest levels. We have been engaging regularly with our diplomatic counterparts over the phone and even in person. President Biden spoke to President Zelensky last week. Secretary Blinken spoke to Foreign Minister Kuleba last week. And as you know, Secretary Blinken has had recent opportunities to meet with Foreign Minister Kuleba in person. We did so in Brussels on the margins of the NATO ministerial just the other week. We did so just before that in Warsaw when Secretary Blinken accompanied the president, and he and Secretary Austin did a 2+2 with their Ukrainian counterparts. We did so just before that when we met with Foreign Minister Kuleba just inside Ukrainian territory along the Polish-Ukrainian border. So even as we don't have a diplomatic presence on the ground at the moment. We are continuing to work closely with our Ukrainian counterparts to hear precisely what they need to determine how best we can continue to support them in terms of our security assistance, in terms of our humanitarian assistance, in terms of our economic support, and as we coordinate with 30 countries across 4 continents to hold the Russian Federation to account for this war of choice. Yes?
Thank you. I have a question on North Korea and China and Ukraine. North Korea testified the new tactical guided weapons yesterday. What is the U.S. reactions on that? Second one, Ukraine President Zelensky is reported to have asked President Biden to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. Will the U.S. accept this? So I will follow next.
Let me start with that question just because it's adjacent to Simon's question. As I mentioned just a moment ago, we have worked with some 30 countries across 4 continents to impose unprecedented costs on the Russian Federation with our economic sanctions, other economic measures, including our export control measures. We are going to look at all potential options that are available to us under the law, options that would be effective in holding Russia to account. And if a tool is available and effective, we won't hesitate to use it. When it comes to the DPRK's most recent provocations, I know that the Department of Defense issued a statement on this. They noted that the department was aware of the DPRK's statement, that they conducted a test of a long-range artillery system. As you know, we're closely monitoring the situation on the Korean Peninsula, and we have warned of the possibility of additional potential provocations from the DPRK. It just so happens that our special envoy for the DPRK is currently in Seoul. He had a series of meetings in Seoul earlier today. He spoke publicly as well to make the point that his engagement with our ROK allies showcases the coordination and underscores our rock-solid commitment to the region. Ambassador Sung Kim went on to say that we're determined to protect the security of the United States and that of our allies, the ROK and Japan. And he noted that our goal continues to be the complete denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. Sung Kim, Deputy Secretary Sherman, Secretary Blinken have engaged regularly, bilaterally, with our ROK counterparts, bilaterally with our Japanese allies, trilaterally with our ROK and Japanese allies together. We have, in all of those engagements, sought to make very clear to the DPRK that the door to diplomacy is not closed, that it does remain open, but that the DPRK needs to cease its destabilizing actions and instead choose the path of engagement, something it has not yet done. We are willing to listen to the full range of the DPRK's concerns, but this can only happen through dialogue, and the DPRK has not yet given any concrete indications that it is open to this dialogue. They have done this notwithstanding the fact that we've made clear on many occasions, including right here, that we harbor no hostile intent towards the DPRK. And we've also made clear that we are willing to meet without preconditions to engage in this dialogue. Unfortunately, it is the DPRK that has failed to respond to our invitations, and instead they've engaged in this series of provocations, including the ICBM launches in recent weeks. We worked with our allies in the region, we've worked with our allies well beyond the region, and we've worked in the UN context to make clear our condemnation of these recent ballistic missile tests, each of which was in violation of multiple UN Security Council resolutions. These launches, these tests, have demonstrated that the DPRK continues to prioritize its WMD and ballistic missile programs at the expense of regional and international security. And in response to these provocations, in whole and in part, we have taken a series of diplomatic, economic, and military measures. We've detailed them in some depth both from here and throughout this administration. Our actions are intended to make clear to the DPRK that its escalatory behavior has consequences. Those consequences will continue as long as the DPRK continues with its provocations.
The last questions. China is a special representative for North Korea's nuclear program, opposed additional UN Security Council sanctions on North Korea, and retaliated that the US and North Korea should resume early dialogue. What is your comment? China always say that they need dialogue, resume the dialogue, but they not help, they not roll over the,
Well, when it comes to the latter element, that's also been our point. We have made very clear that the door to diplomacy, the door to dialogue remains open. We have signaled that publicly, we have signaled that privately, but as I just detailed, the DPRK has yet to engage on those suggestions. We have engaged not only with our close allies, Japan and the ROK, but also with other stakeholders, including regional stakeholders. And of course, the PRC is an important regional stakeholder. We recently had a meeting with the PRC's special envoy for the DPRK. It's important that we continue to engage partners like the PRC on this, given that the PRC does wield a good degree of leverage with the DPRK. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Price. I have two questions. One is regarding Pakistan attack, recent attack to Afghanistan. So many civilians has been killed, although we experience, we are during the Ramadan month, holy month. I don't know if State Department or United States still have influences to Pakistan, especially the new government. What can the United States do to bring pressure to Pakistan regime to change their policy toward Afghanistan? And the second question about the SIV visa holder, the people who approved already, but they said we don't want our kids in Afghanistan to be with the Taliban and come to the United States. United States. I need to.
So on your first question, we're aware of the reports of Pakistani airstrikes in Afghanistan, but we refer you to the Pakistani government for comment. We view Pakistan as an important stakeholder, an important partner with whom we are engaging and have engaged as we work together to bring about an Afghanistan that is more stable, is more secure, is more prosperous, and importantly, an Afghanistan that respects the basic and fundamental rights of its people, all of its people, including its minorities, its women, its girls. For almost 75 years, our relationship with Pakistan has been a vital one. We look forward to continuing that work with the new government in Pakistan across regional and international issues. This is work that has the potential to promote peace and prosperity in Pakistan and throughout the region. We've already congratulated the new Pakistani Prime Minister, Shehbaz Sharif, on his election, and we look forward to working closely with his government. When it comes to the SIV program, we've spoken to this in some length, but of course, in addition to U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, we are prioritizing the relocation for those who have partnered with the United States over the course of the last 20 years. And SIV holders are certainly in that category. The SIV program is actually not a program that we ourselves designed or we ourselves formulated. If we had, there would probably be some differences, and we've talked about the rather cumbersome process when it comes to the SIV program, more than a dozen steps involving different agencies within the U.S. government that ladders up to the application and ultimately the selection of SIV applicants. So under the law, and this was a program that was designed by Congress, there are certain dependents who are able to travel and to relocate with an SIV holder. And so we are required to follow the law, and that does not afford us flexibility in terms of family members that might be able to travel with the SIV holder. The law clearly stipulates that it's a spouse and adult children under the age of, and children under the age of 21, as I recall. Sean, let me move around a little bit, actually. Yes, sir.
From Azerbaijan, Real TV, Natiknail Oklu. I have two questions. Russia and France removed their co-chairs from the OSCE Minsk group. When will the US do the same? And generally, what will be the fate of the Minsk group? Second question, how can the United States contribute to the signing of peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia?
Well, we spoke about this a bit last week, and Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak respectively with the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan a couple weeks ago now. But we remain committed to promoting a peaceful, democratic, and prosperous future for the South Caucasus region. We urge Armenia and Azerbaijan to continue to intensify their diplomatic engagement and to make use of existing mechanisms for direct engagement to find comprehensive solutions to all outstanding issues related to or resulting from the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, and to normalize their relations through the conclusion of a comprehensive peace agreement. When it comes to our role, we do remain ready to assist Armenia and Azerbaijan with these efforts, including in our capacity as a co-chair of the OSCE Minsk group. And so when we talk about existing mechanisms, of course, the OSCE's Minsk group is part of that. Yes, sure.
Is in the region right now, and
I'm sorry, who is?
Andy Schoffer is currently in the region, and he met with Armenian foreign affairs minister. There was a confusion, I think, in terms of what badge is he wearing today. State Department put a tweet out there and said he is a senior advisor for Caucasus negotiations, and we know him in the region as the Minsk Group co-chair. Can you clarify that, and also is he going to go to Azerbaijan as well?
I don't have the details on this individual's travel or in what capacity he was acting at the time, but we'll get back to you if we have anything more to add there. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, on Bucha, I want to follow up. Putin today awarded the brigade that committed mass murder in Bucha as a title of guards. Is there any reaction from the state? And also, what is the state of U.S. investigation on Bucha massacre? Thank you.
What is the status of the U.S. investigation
on Bucha?
So on your first question, the question was, do we have a reaction to President Putin reportedly heralding one of the architects of the massacre, what has transpired in Bucha? We don't have a specific reaction to that, but what I can tell you is that it would not be surprising to see the Russian Federation herald, honor those who may have been involved in some of the worst atrocities of this conflict, because the point we have made is that the atrocities, to include war crimes, that Russia's forces have committed, these are not the rogue acts of a single Russian service member or even a small group. This was a premeditated, preconceived campaign of brutality against not targeting not only the government of Ukraine, the territorial integrity of the state of Ukraine, but also the people of Ukraine. And that is why we are so focused on accountability, not only on those who are responsible through their own hands and their own work, through the deaths and the destruction in Ukraine's towns and cities, but also all of those up the ladder who were part and sanctioned this effort of brutality against the people of Ukraine. Yes.
Last week, the CIA director called China a silent partner in Putin's war of aggression in Ukraine. Is the U.S. giving any consideration to increasing the nature of its diplomatic pressure on China, changing its tactics in order to bring the Chinese around to ending their tacit support for Russia?
Well, the PRC is going to make its own decisions about how it supports Russia's brutality against the people of Ukraine. The PRC is going to make its own decisions about whether everything that it has purported to stand for in the international system in recent decades, including an emphasis on state sovereignty and the ability and the inviolability of borders, or whether all of that was just a show, just bluster. And to the director's point, not only have we not seen the PRC condemn, as every country around the world should, the brutality that Russia's forces are carrying out on the against the Ukrainian people. We've actually heard senior PRC officials parrot some of the worst, some of the most dangerous propaganda that is and has emanated from the Kremlin. So this is a choice for the PRC to make. The point that the United States and our European allies and our partners around the world have made to the PRC, a couple. Number one, we are going to continue to keep a careful eye, a careful watch on the level of support for the PRC exhibits towards Russia. Of course, if the PRC were to provide weapons, supplies, would seek to help Russia evade sanctions, there would be strong consequences for that, not only on our part, but also on the part of our allies and partners. But number two, this is a moment when every responsible country around the world has an obligation to its people and to the international community to make clear where it stands on questions that are fundamental and questions on which there should be no nuance. Questions about whether this type of brutality, these wanton human rights abuses, the massacring of civilians, the ability of a state to pretend that international borders don't exist, and the ability of leaders to declare, as President Putin seemingly has, that another country doesn't have a right to exist. These are fundamental questions. We've heard from the PRC its desire over the course of many decades to be a responsible stakeholder. Well, now is the time to answer that question, and now is the time to show up.
Just to clarify, Ned, because you mentioned some of the other ways that China could be providing material support, has the U.S. to date seen any evidence that that support has been anything but rhetorical? Have there been weapons support provided? Has there been sanctions support provided?
We're going to continue to watch very closely. We offered an assessment a couple weeks ago now that we had not seen the provision of weapons of supplies, and that assessment has not changed. Sean.
Can we turn to the Middle East? Sure. Just as you're walking in, the Israeli military says that they intercepted a rocket from Gaza. I know you put out a statement on Jerusalem. I believe it was on Friday. What's your assessment of the situation? How worried is the United States that this could flare up the way it did last year?
Well, I did see that report just before we walked in. To answer your question, in short, we are deeply concerned. We are deeply concerned by the recent violence in Jerusalem on the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount and across the West Bank. We, as we did on Friday, continue to call on all sides to exercise restraint, to avoid provocative actions and rhetoric, and preserve the historic status quo on the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount. We also continue to urge Israeli and Palestinian officials to work cooperatively to lower tensions and ensure the safety of everyone. This department continues to closely follow the situation and continues to be in close contact with senior Israeli and Palestinian officials to seek to de-escalate tensions. What I can tell you is that a number of senior officials across this government, and certainly a number of individuals across this building and our ambassadors in capitals across the Middle East were engaged in a series of phone calls, including at very high levels over the weekend, again with our Israeli partners, with our Palestinian counterparts, with other Arab representatives in the region, including our Jordanian partners, the custodian of the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount, in an effort to see to it that these tensions do not escalate.
Can I just follow up? You mentioned Jordan. The Jordanians summoned the Israeli ambassador and said that, or the Sharjah, and said that it was calling it heavy-handed, the treatment that the Israelis had of the Palestinians in Jerusalem. Do you share the assessment of the Jordanians that things could have been handled differently?
I'm not in a position to offer a detailed assessment of operations on the Temple Mount Haram al-Sharif. What I can say is that we have urged all sides to preserve the historic status quo on the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount, both in word and in practice, and to avoid steps that may be provocative and that may seek to, or that may inflame tensions even further.
If nobody has a follow-up on that specifically.
Anything else on this specifically? Okay.
Iran?
Sure.
Your counterpart in Tehran said today that the United States is behind the holdup in coming to a revival of the JCPOA, a re-entry of the United States as the JCPOA. Do you have any response, directly or indirectly, to that? Do you agree with the assessment that it's the U.S. that's holding up restoring this?
We have said this consistently since the beginning. We are prepared to return. We are prepared for a full return to JCPOA. Excuse me. We are prepared for a return to full JCPOA implementation. We are also prepared for broader diplomatic efforts to resolve issues outside of the JCPOA and this specific nuclear file. Deputy Secretary General Mora of the EU's External Action Service continues to convey messages and is working to bring these negotiations to a successful conclusion. We're not going to negotiate in public, but what we can say is that if Iran wants sanctions lifting that goes beyond the JCPOA, they'll need to address concerns of ours that go beyond the JCPOA. If they do not want to use these talks to resolve other bilateral issues, then we are confident we can very quickly reach an understanding on the JCPOA and begin to re-implement the deal itself. It is Iran that needs to make this decision. Any party, everyone who has been directly engaged in these talks knows which side has put constructive proposals on the table, knows which side has negotiated and engaged in good faith, and knows which side has not.
Can I just follow up on the Revolutionary Guards issue? I know you said you're not going to negotiate publicly, but is this something in which the United States has made a firm decision on the FTO status?
Again, we're not going to negotiate in public. The Iranians know where we stand on the various issues at play. They also know that we are seeking a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. If they want to negotiate issues that fall outside the purview of the JCPOA, then we'll do that, but they will need to negotiate those issues in good faith with reciprocity. Yes?
Following up on Sean's questions, your Iranian counterpart also said that the environment or atmosphere of the talks, quote unquote, is not negative. Do you see that as a positive assessment? Do you share at least that assessment?
I don't think it's helpful for us to characterize the environment of the talks. There's really only one element that matters, and that is whether or not we're able to achieve a mutual return to compliance, whether we're able to get across the finish line or not. At this point, it is unclear to us whether we will be able to get there. We've spoken to the significant progress that had been achieved in recent weeks. Obviously, we've been in a different position now for several weeks. That is why we're preparing equally for scenarios in which there is a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA and scenarios in which there is not a mutual return to compliance for the JCPOA. We would greatly prefer the former, to have the JCPOA and the verifiable, the permanent limits that it would again impose on Iran's nuclear program. Whether we are able to get there or not, that is a question for Iran.
One question on the Iranian president's comment today. He threatened Israel, and he said that if Israel makes a move against Iran, that it would retaliate. Any comments on that?
Well, Iran, we know, is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. Its support for terrorism threatens international security and our partners throughout the region and elsewhere. Of course, that includes Israel. This administration's commitment to Israel's security is sacrosanct. We have demonstrated that in a number of ways. And in cooperation with our allies and regional partners, including Israel, we will use every appropriate tool to confront the IRGC's destabilizing role in the region, including working closely with our partners in Israel. Yes.
Two on Ukraine, if I may. The first is on James Hill, the U.S. citizen killed roughly a month ago in Kharkiv. His family says his remains are in Brussels and they've not been notified when they will be returned to the U.S. Is the State Department aware of this? Are they helping? What kind of assistance is being provided to them, including the return of his remains?
So I'm not able to comment on specific cases, but I can tell you that our Bureau of Consular Affairs routinely and regularly interacts with Americans, with their families, including cases of illness or, unfortunately, cases of death. But I just don't have any additional details on this.
Secondly, can you please provide the latest on the State Department's role in planning for a senior-level visit to Ukraine, and how the recent strikes in Lviv and Kiev affected that planning process?
Well, again, we don't have any travel to confirm. We don't have any travel to announce or even to preview at this point. But the fact remains that our coordination and our consultation with our Ukrainian partners and our European allies, as well as partners and allies around the world, remains ongoing. It is continuous. It is daily. And what I can say is that tomorrow, in fact, you will see Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman traveled to Brussels. She'll be there from April 19th to April 22nd. She is going for the third high-level meeting of the US-EU dialogue on China. That will take place on April 21st. She'll also go for consultations with our European allies and partners on the Indo-Pacific on April 22nd. But she will also, while there, engage in Brussels with our NATO allies and EU partners to discuss our continued close coordination on President Putin's war of choice against Ukraine. So Secretary Blinken has spent more time in Brussels than any other city on the face of the earth, with the exception of Washington, D.C. Deputy Secretary Sherman has spent a good deal of time there herself. She'll be returning tomorrow, where she will remain for several days, including by being engaged with our European allies on the question of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Yes, sir.
Yes. Is the Secretary tomorrow going to make that visit? It's been reported lately many times that the administration is considering sending a high official to Kyiv. Is it in the book? And if not, why?
Well, the Secretary will make an important visit tomorrow. He will lead a U.S. delegation to Panama City to lead a ministerial conference on migration and protection co-hosted with the government of Panama. We'll depart tomorrow morning. We will return tomorrow evening. While in Panama, our delegation will join senior representatives from more than 20 other countries in the Western Hemisphere at the ministerial conference. Secretary Mayorkas of the Department of Homeland Security will be in attendance and helping to co-host this as well. This is part of our effort with countries from across the region in recognition of our shared responsibility to address forced displacement and to manage irregular migration. And as we've discussed since the beginning of this administration, our migration management strategy is a regional one, addressing the root causes, the drivers of migration from within the region. This will be an important follow-on to the discussions we had in Colombia last October, an important follow-on to discussions we had in Costa Rica last year, as well as we develop and implement with our partners in the region this migration management strategy. Sir.
I mentioned a visit to Kiev, to Ukraine. It's been reported lately that you're considering sending a high official to Kiev. Is it?
As I've said a number of times already today, we don't have any travel to announce, but we regularly engage with our Ukrainian partners on our diplomacy, on their needs, on the ways we can continue to support the government and the people of Ukraine. Yes.
Turkish Foreign Minister Mevlut Çavuşoğlu will pay a visit to the United States on May 18. What will be the main issues in the discussions? Can Turkey be part of the F-35 program again?
Well, Turkey, of course, is an important NATO ally. We've had many occasions in recent weeks to consult with our Turkish allies, including with Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu. Secretary Blinken regularly discusses a range of issues with him, including, of course, Turkey's important role in holding Russia to account for its war against the people, the government, the state of Ukraine. I imagine this upcoming opportunity would be an important element as part of that. But together as NATO allies and important bilateral partners, there are a range of shared interests that we have with our Turkish partners. So this is still a ways away, but I imagine there will be a very full agenda. When it comes to the F-35 program, we've made our concerns with Turkey's possession of the S-400 system very clear. We do not believe the S-400 system is consistent with the F-35 program. Yes?
To go back to Iran, as part of the indirect talks over the detainees, is the administration also seeking the release of U.S. legal permanent residents like Shahab Dalili, whose family has now gone public with his case?
We have a number of concerns with the Iranian regime. At the top of that list, of course, is its nuclear program and the challenge that its nuclear program, which has been able to gallop forward since 2018, poses to regional and international peace and security. But beyond that, of course, we are focused on the release of U.S. citizens. And there are 4 U.S. citizens who remain unjustly detained in Iran. We are continuing to do everything we can to see to it that these individuals are returned to their families just as soon as is possible. There may be other cases that we are prioritizing as well, but in the first instance, we're always going to prioritize the safety, the security, the welfare, the well-being of American citizens, of U.S. citizens. Yes.
And just to stay in the region, is the U.S. concerned by reports that 4 Uyghur Muslims held in Saudi Arabia risk deportation to China, and has this been discussed with Saudi counterparts?
Across the world, we advocate against the involuntary return of predominantly Muslim Uyghurs and members of other ethnic and religious minority groups to the PRC. We know that if returned, these individuals are at risk of detention, potentially even torture. We will continue to urge partners to abide by their obligations under international law, including non-refoulement, and not return individuals from vulnerable populations to the PRC where they face genocide and crimes against humanity. John.
Any comment on reports that Saudi Arabia pushed Yemen's elected president to step aside?
John, I don't have a specific reaction to that report, but as you know, the special envoy has recently been in the region. He spent 3 weeks in the region, and over the past year, he has pressed for transparent, inclusive, Yemeni-led efforts to reform the government of Yemen, to ensure it meets the needs of all of its citizens, and to address their calls for justice, accountability, and redress for human rights violations and abuses. On April 7th, earlier this month, we welcomed Yemen's establishment of a presidential leadership council. We urged that council to advance these goals in partnership with Yemeni civil society and members of marginalized communities. We also urged the leadership council to work closely with the prime minister to strengthen basic services and economic stability as soon as possible so that Yemenis across the country can receive tangible benefits from these recent reforms.
Is representation important when it comes to leadership in Yemen?
Well, a representative government, a government that represents the people and serves it effectively, of course, is important, both in Yemen and around the world.
Can I follow John?
Sure.
One of the things the journal also reported was that former President Hadi has had his communication shut off and he's in a Riyadh hotel. Does the United States have any information or, for that matter, concerns about how he's been treated?
I don't have anything to share on that. Would refer you to the former president or to the Saudi government. Yes.
I just wanted to follow up on something you mentioned at the top, the trip involving Assistant Secretary Crittenbrink to the Pacific. Is there anything sort of more concrete you can that delegation is going to be trying to get out of those visits? And wonder if you could sort of, I don't think the announcement mentioned China, which is obviously the backdrop to these visits. How much does this visit reflect a concern that China is, growing influence in that region?
Well, these are 3 important Pacific partners of the United States: Fiji, Papua New Guinea, and the Solomon Islands. It's precisely why the Secretary met with the Pacific Island Forum earlier this year when we were in the region. And you're right that the announcement doesn't mention China because at the end of the day, our policy is not about China or any other country. It's about the partnership that the United States can bring. And part of our engagement, including in this upcoming context, is to ensure that our partners in the Indo-Pacific and around the world understand what the United States brings to the table, understands what partnership can bring, and we'll leave it to them to contrast what we offer from what other countries, including rather large countries in the region, might offer. Yes?
So both Russia and Ukraine have issued videos of prisoners apparently appealing for a prisoner swap. In Russia's case, it's two British nationals. In Ukraine's case, it's Viktor Medvedchuk. Is the U.S. at all facilitating or engaged in conversations regarding a potential swap?
I'm not aware of any role there. Our Ukrainian partners have spoken to their level of engagement with Russia. You heard from Foreign Minister Kuleba yesterday that these engagements have been rather low level. They've been at the expert level. And we can all see very clearly that they have not demonstrated much promise just yet. That is not because both parties are not prioritizing diplomacy, are not prioritizing dialogue. There is one party that has consistently gone to the table in good faith, one party that consistently has sought to bring an end to this conflict, and another that has engaged in those diplomatic endeavors as little more than a pretense. Another party, this being, of course, Russia, that has continued to rain down missiles and bombs and artillery against civilian populations, even as representatives of that government has continued to sit down with their Ukrainian partners. So this is a question that we will leave to our Ukrainian partners to discuss with their Russian counterparts. Our goal is to see to it that we are doing everything we potentially can to strengthen Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. And we're doing that in two principal ways. Number one, we're continuing to provide massive amounts of security assistance, $3.2 billion over the course of this administration, more than $2.5 billion since Russia's most recent invasion of Ukraine began. And at the same time, to hold Russia to account with this set of economic sanctions, export controls, other measures that we've imposed with dozens of countries around the world to put Ukraine in a position to succeed and to induce Russia to engage in a way they have not yet, at least, and that is in good faith in an effort to bring about an end to this conflict.
One quick follow-up. Is the U.S. aware of any U.S. citizens in Russian custody on Ukrainian soil currently?
I am not at the moment, yes.
President Zelensky said over the weekend that if the remaining Ukrainian troops in Mariupol are destroyed, as Russia has threatened to do, that it could put an end to all negotiations. You've obviously said that diplomacy is the only way ahead here. Would you support Ukraine if they withdrew from talks because of what the Russians do in Mariupol?
At the end of the day, this is about Ukraine's independence. It's about Ukraine's sovereignty. It's about Ukraine's territorial integrity. There is no other country in the world, not Russia, not the United States, not any of our European allies or partners, who can make these decisions for Ukraine. This is a question for the people of Ukraine, and their opinion will be expressed by the government of Ukraine. Sure.
Jamie's question earlier about the state sponsor of terrorism designation. You said the administration will look at all potential options available to us under the law. Do you consider this designation as available to you, given the way that it's written in statute, the requirements in it?
So I'm not in a position to offer an assessment of its applicability in this particular case, but there are certain authorities that are available to us under the law. We're going to evaluate the criteria that is defined by statute against the evidence and the facts. And if those evidence and the facts present an opportunity to use any particular authority, and if that authority will prove effective, we won't hesitate to do it. Yeah.
There's one more
sure.
On TPS. There's some reporting, senior Ukrainian officials saying that the date that TPS will be, I guess the cutoff point is being moved to April from March 1st. Can you confirm whether or not that's the case?
We don't have any update. As you know, we recently did grant TPS to Ukrainians temporarily in the United States, that cutoff date was as of a particular date. If there is an extension or if that date changes, we will let you know together with DHS. Yes?
It was reported today that Ukraine has most likely used cluster munitions. Is this something that the State Department is looking at, can confirm or deny, and what's the level of concern there?
I've seen those reports. I'm not in a position to speak to them. I might refer you to the Department of Defense if they have any additional context to offer. And of course, our Ukrainian partners would be in the best position to speak to this. What we can say is that this Russia's war against Ukraine has brought untold brutality, has brought untold despair to the people of Ukraine. Our Ukrainian partners, their service members, have fought valiantly, have fought effectively. They have done so with grit and determination, and they've also done so with an amount of support from the United States and the international community that is nearly unprecedented. Not in a generation has so much security assistance flowed from the United States to any other country. And that is because our support to our Ukrainian partners is ironclad, it is unwavering. We'll continue to provide them with what they need to effectively take on the challenge from Russia, Russia's service members, and Russia's aggression. But I just don't have anything for you on that particular report. Yes?
On the Indo-Pacific trip of the U.S. delegation, is the Solomon Islands intend to sign a security pact with China a concern, and is it going to be brought up on that trip? Is the U.S. delegation going to possibly ask the Solomon Islands not to sign that pact like Australia?
Well, we understand that the Solomon Islands and the PRC are discussing a broad security-related agreement building on recently signed police cooperation. Despite the Solomon Islands government's comments, the broad nature of the security agreement leaves open the door for the deployment of PRC military forces to the Solomon Islands. We believe that signing such an agreement could increase destabilization within the Solomon Islands and will set a concerning precedent for the wider Pacific Island region. We note that Australia and New Zealand have had long-standing law enforcement and security ties with the Solomon Islands. At the request of Prime Minister Sogavare, an Australia-led multinational peacekeeping force from Fiji, New Zealand, and Papua New Guinea effectively restored calm to Honiara following the outbreak of violence and rioting in November of last year. This multinational group quickly aided Solomon Islands and effectively supported a rapid return to peace. We've communicated with our allies and partners in the region, including, of course, with Australia and New Zealand, which have expressed concerns about how this agreement may threaten the current regional security paradigm. Part of the task of the upcoming visit will be to share perspectives, to share interests, to share concerns, and I do expect the full range of all of those will be on the docket. And as you know, earlier this year, we also did announce our intent to reestablish an embassy in Honiara on the Solomon Islands as part of that show of engagement, part of that show of U.S. support for the Solomon Islands. And so I do expect when our delegation travels there, they will continue and bring that message with them. Okay, final question? Yes.
Yes, on sanctions. EU is planning to issue its next package of sanctions this week. Should we expect the same from Washington this week as well? And also, is there any idea what is right now under review? Any unturned stone that we are considering right now to turn and issue this week against Russia?
I think you can expect that we will continue to escalate our financial sanctions and other economic measures against the Russian Federation until and unless Moscow relents in its campaign against Ukraine. We have not yet seen that, and we'll continue to raise the costs. Thank you very much. I'm sorry? I don't have any timing to add. Thank you all very much.
The Biden administration is weighing even more sanctions on the Russian regime there, as we heard from Volodymyr Zelensky in his address to Ukraine, that the assault on the eastern part of Ukraine, known as the Donbas region, has begun by Russian forces. Let's hear from Fox News correspondent Matt Finn from Lviv, Ukraine, with the latest.
Russian missiles are now targeting Ukrainian cities in the west on day 54 of the invasion. Here in Lviv, the first war fatalities were reported in a city that had become a safe haven for those fleeing the fighting in the east. Ukrainian officials say the Russians hit 3 warehouses and a tire shop. More evidence, they say, that civilians are being deliberately targeted.
What we see in Ukraine today is a genocide that the aggressor is carrying out on purpose, killing civilians. These civilians had plans for life. Today, their lives have ended.
Russian shelling also intensifying in eastern cities like Kharkiv ahead of a major offensive there. And in Mariupol, the last pocket of Ukrainian resistance is now holed up in a sprawling steel plant. They're reportedly running low on basic supplies like food and ammunition. But President Volodymyr Zelensky is vowing to fight to the end, claiming the Russians have no interest in peace.
They want to literally finish off and destroy the Donbass, destroy everything that has brought fame to this industrial region.
Zelensky is calling for a stronger international response as he prepares to defend eastern Ukraine. And with both sides digging in, experts say this war is not likely to end soon.
Both sides have now lost too many civilians, too many military deaths to easily and quickly get up.
And just behind this tire shop is a hotel. There are a lot of refugees staying there. We spoke to one man from Kharkiv. He said his sister and a baby were taken to the hospital. In Lviv, Ukraine, Matt Finn, Fox News.
Matt, thanks so much. Well, in an address to the Ukrainian people, President Volodymyr Zelensky indeed said that the assault on the eastern Donbas region has begun. Here's video of that address. I'm going to read in part and translate the statement Zelensky's saying right now. He says, "Now we can already state that Russian troops begun the battle for the Donbas, for which they have been preparing for a long time. A significant part of the entire Russian army is now concentrated on this offensive. No matter how many Russian troops are driven there, we will fight. We will defend ourselves, and we will do it every day. We won't give up anything Ukrainian, and we don't need anything foreign." Joining me now to discuss this even further, friend of the program who's been guiding us through each and every day of this war, national security expert Hal Camphor. Hal, good to see you. Hope you had a great weekend. What did you make of Zelensky's comments there? And is it true? Is the full force and assault of the Russian army now focused entirely on the Donbas region?
Andrew, what you're seeing is the main effort is the Donbas region. It's not everything they have, but the main effort is there. What they've done is they brought in some fresh reserves. There's a lot of questions as to how combat effective these new forces are. They look like they were kind of thrown together rather quickly. Don't know about the degree of training, coordination that they have with fire support and things like that. And then they pulled a lot of these forces out of north of Kyiv, and they brought them around very quickly, and they put them right into the fight. And of course, we talked about that one brigade that was basically implicated in a bunch of war crimes. And the thought was there was actually some intercepts, I guess, that they had, that they brought them in with the idea that maybe some of the war criminals and the witnesses of war crimes might actually get killed. Kind of a brutal way to handle your own forces, but they're throwing them in. Now, there's some things about that Donbas assault. If you go back to World War II, that area is great tank country. It's great for armored vehicles. It's wide open. Huge tank battles had taken place there. So if you look at it that way, the Russians certainly have an advantage because they have this huge armored mechanized force that they're going to bring in. The other side, though, is it's now spring. You got the spring melt, you got the spring rains, you've got thick mud. So for tracked vehicles, it's not as friendly as it sounds. They're actually going to have some issues. For wheeled vehicles, it's really bad. if you go back to World War II, when they tried to cross that area before all the roads were paved, they just got bogged down and stuck. When the Germans went in, I should say, they got bogged down and stuck. So for the wheeled vehicles, they're going to stay mostly on the hardball roads, the paved roads. The track vehicles may want to move out there, but there's something that they didn't have way back when, which is Javelin missiles. And they didn't have TB2 drones flying overhead with anti-tank missiles either. So with all this said, I don't know that they're going to have, basically the Ukrainians are in the defense. They're dug in. They've got a very extensive prepared defense in depth. They are prepared for the Russians. And initial reports are that there have been some Russian offensives that have not been very effective. And I think that we're going to start seeing a rapid increase in the amount of the battle damage assessment of tanks and armored vehicles, and that will be a clear indicator of what's happening on the battlefield. But for tanks to move into the offensive, they've got to expose themselves at some time. And frankly, Javelins, the NLAW anti-tank missiles from the Brits, and Panzerfaust 3 missiles from the Germans, all of these have tremendous capabilities on the battlefield. And they have tremendous range that exceeds the main gun range of the tanks. So this is, I wouldn't write the Ukrainians out. And I know some have said, the Russian army is going to go in there with full strength. I don't think they're well coordinated. I don't think they're any more combat effective than they were, say, 2 weeks ago. In fact, in some ways, they may even be worse.
Okay.
And I think they're going to throw a lot at it, typical Russian style, just throw a lot at it. But I think they're going to take huge losses, enormous losses.
Hal, because this is now going to be kind of your conventional warfare, kind of what we know as warfare on open plains, 300 miles that it spans this whole eastern front. It's not going to be in cities. It's not going to be in suburbs. It's going to be wide open spaces. So that's something I'll be looking out for. But then again, you talked about the viability of the Russian force. Senior defense officials in the United States say that they have lost since the war began about 30% of their combat readiness, what they had amassed originally. And so I know, we don't really like to make predictions about how things are going to go because it's hard to tell. But if you could, do they have a chance in, gaining territory? You kind of cited there that the losses are going to be astronomical. But as far as tactical advantages, do you see them gaining ground?
They have enough force that they can gain some ground at a very high cost. Whether they can hold that ground is another issue. The big thing is, can they sustain the offensive? They're going to get in there, lines are going to get extended, and the Ukrainians are very good at being able to spot opportunities, gaps and seams, if you will, in the enemy forces arrayed on the battlefield. And I think they're going to exploit that. I think the Ukrainians are going to use their anti-tank weapons as well as they have so far, probably even better. And I think they're going to incur tremendous losses. And at some point, that will to fight, unit cohesion, and the lack of faith in their command structure is going to collide. And I think what you're going to eventually see is probably what you saw around Kyiv, where these units would put out these kind of, lackluster offensive actions that would get pushed back immediately. Eventually, they quit doing offensive actions altogether. They went into the defense, they dug in, and then you saw when they really couldn't sustain the defense that they simply withdrew. And so what you're probably going to see is they will try and do these offensive actions. They're going to use a tremendous amount of firepower to overcome the fact that they're not very good at maneuvering on the field of battle. So they're just going to try and pummel the Ukrainian forces and probably try to destroy all the cities and villages and towns that they run into. But at some point, I think sustainability. One thing experts have looked at is, have the Russians fixed the logistics problem? And so far, we can't see where they have. It really just looks like they took everything that they had in reserve, they pulled everything around from Kyiv, built up this big force and said, go, and pushed them forward. and with the idea that they just come in there with enough combat power that they can kind of bulldoze their way through the Ukrainians. Obviously, they will make some. I don't see where the Russians have fixed all those problems that they had before.
Even
fact,
taking the
they've
time.
kind of,
Even taking the time to reorient and resupply, like what they said they were going to do as they retreated, you don't think they have, reamassed some sense of a will to fight?
there are some that think maybe they've done a little bit of reorganization and some restoration of their forces, but it looks like they really pulled them back as fast as they could, quickly reorganized, and then just threw them back in. And when they pulled out of there, this is one thing that came out. They were reporting, not surprisingly, internal Russian reporting is probably worse than some of their own propaganda, what they tell themselves. They were reporting units that had 100% of their regimental, brigade, battalion staffs that actually were going into, this is when they started, with 55% of their staff structure. I can tell you from multiple wars, you go into any major operation like that far down in numbers of your staff at the battalion, regimental, brigade levels, you can't function 24/7 at that operational intensity. And they started out that way. They actually started out with those staffs below their combat effective rate. So when they started taking losses, and they have lost, we see the commanders, the battalion commanders, the regimental commanders, the brigade commanders who have been taken out, because those get reported. Now we're reporting 8 generals have been killed. It's that sort of attack on their command structure. That's not something you quickly turn around and just go right back in, and that's what they've done. So that's a problem right off that they have. All other things aside, that there's the ability to command and control their forces on the battlefield. I just don't see where they were able to fix that. And that's not something you do in days or weeks. That's something that would take months to reconstitute units that high up.
I see.
I mean, you can reconstitute a platoon or a company, battalion, maybe a little bit faster. But when we talk about regiments and brigades, it just takes time to build the operational art, the operational cohesion, all the things necessary in order to engage in that. And it's just not there.
Yeah, Western officials believe Russia has lost a disproportionate number of generals in Ukraine, likely the most of any modern military since World War II. And that is attributed to a failure to communicate orders to the front, essentially forcing these high-ranking officers to do it themselves. And that puts them in a very precarious, risky position. That is also very dangerous. Hal, I want to talk about, though, what's going on in Mariupol. The siege there continues. What is the Ukrainian fighting force there like now? How many are still holding out? Do you have optimism that they can hold Mariupol? Because U.S. officials say it's not fully taken by the Russians, but it's hanging on for dear life. What do we know?
That's a very accurate way of describing it. I don't know exactly how many. I'm assuming they have a few thousand left, of fighters, I should say. They've got Ukrainian Marines, and they got Ukrainian Army. They're down there too, along with the territorial defense forces down there, and any others who have taken up arms. And they're fighting. What I saw last week was they were kind of broken into 2 large groups, and they did manage to link up. And that link up makes a big difference, because not only for command, control, communications purposes, but also for moving resources back and forth, whether that's troops, ammunition, whatever it is. That made a lot of difference. Now what it looks like is they have kind of fallen back around this big steel plant area. The Russians are pretty much throwing everything they have at it. They're throwing, they had jet bombers coming over, dropping what we call dumb bombs, I guess. They're not smart bombs. They're just dropping gravity bombs that are huge and trying to cause as much damage as possible. Some were described as bunker busters, which I think all they really were probably delayed fuse bombs. So they go into the ground for a bit and then they explode. So if there's any underground things, or if they go into a concrete area, it causes more damage and effect. And they're doing that. The other problem is that where they're holding their last defense is also where a lot of civilians are as well. So as they encroach in, we're going to see some horrific civilian casualties. It's just, there's no other way that's going to go.
Hal, let's also talk about this week. This is especially when it comes to those faithful in Ukraine. This is the Holy Week for them in the Eastern Orthodox religion. Do you think the Russian forces and Putin specifically will target churches on Sunday, the Eastern Orthodox Easter? Is that in their playbook? Some people think it is.
They very well might. Andrew, they've been hitting churches so far, so it doesn't appear to be any threshold or line for them to hit them. If they perceive that they are places where civilians are congregating, with the way the Russians have been targeting civilians as part of this larger, there's only term I can find is terror campaign. And I say that in the way that terror campaigns were described in World War II, that basically they may actually attack churches. I haven't seen any reticence of the Russians to, certainly any willingness to obey the laws of war, the norms of armed conflict, certainly the Geneva Convention. So for them to do something like that, definitely in their playbook.
Hal, what do we make of the attacks and strikes in Lviv over the weekend? Fatalities in these strikes, the first ones since the war began, all the way in Ukraine's west. Do you think there's going to be more attacks on Lviv, or was this just a message in retaliation for the Moskva?
Well, I think you're right. I think it's a message. All right. Look, I mean, Stalin, who I don't like to quote, but he did have a saying, 1 million is a statistic. One person is a tragedy. 1 million is a statistic when it comes to deaths. There were deaths in the Lviv strikes. It wasn't a huge amount of deaths, but they are tragic situation. But there weren't that many missiles that were fired. And most experts assess that the Russians don't have that many missiles like that they can fire. So what they're doing is they're selecting targets to get the maximum really political effect by going after that Western enclave or the Western, Ukraine and Lviv in order to cause as much disruption, fear as they possibly can out there. But most of the strikes out there have been very limited. In terms of what they've actually achieved militarily, it's been, well, fairly negligible, other than the fact that it makes news. Anytime Lviv gets hit, probably because there's so many Western journalists in Lviv, it gets covered. And it does, and it gets a degree of coverage that strikes in other parts of the country just don't get. I mean, if you look at what they're dropping in Kharkiv every day, if you look at certainly what they're doing in Mariupol in terms of firepower, it dwarfs whatever you've just seen in Lviv. But Lviv gets a disproportionate amount of coverage simply because where it is. And the Russians are going to keep doing that, particularly as they're having trouble with this Eastern offensive. And I think they're going to have trouble with their Eastern offensive. I think they are having trouble with this Eastern offensive. They're going to try and offset that in terms of the information picture to make it look like they're doing more than they are. And this is a way of looking like they're doing something on a broader basis when in fact, militarily, where the main fighting is, they're just not making much ground. And I see that as kind of a very Putin-esque sort of propaganda offset sort of thing that he would do.
I see. Let's talk about the Moskva fallout still. We saw some video over the weekend of some of the crew kind of standing at attention in Sevastopol after the missile cruiser was sunk and had to be towed back. Do we have any statistics or idea if there were losses on board from the sinking? And just, we've finally seen pictures of it kind of burning and smoldering. What did you make of that?
I think it got hit with something. There was a number of experts who have looked at this, and the reason they think it may have been hit with a couple of Neptune missiles is because between the wafts of smoke coming off the ship, you see two huge holes in the hull. Okay, that's a clue that something hit there. I don't think there was an accidental fire inside that caused two huge holes to suddenly appear in the hull. It looks like missile strikes. So it's almost inconceivable that you could have these Neptune missiles hit the Moskva caused that much damage and nobody was killed. And, you know, expecting Russia to tell the truth about this would be even more incredible. So they're saying they got everybody off, but
Yeah.
I would not be surprised to find out if there's a lot of Russian sailors that were killed on that ship. You know, a lot of Russian sailors that could have been trapped below decks and died. I would not be surprised, but I would be very surprised if Russia would be forthright. One thing I would point out is they say they rescued over 500 sailors. Okay, so they had this thing where they lined up the sailors,
Right.
and you know, yeah, there were a few dozen that were lined up. Now that's almost like Hollywood, where they, you know, they try to pretend there's an army of thousands, but they only have like a dozen extras. It kind of had that feel when the Russians lined them up. That, you know, it's like, I don't see 500 sailors staying there on the port. What I see is a few dozen sailors. I don't think it was quite that bad that they lost that many sailors, but there was just something very odd about the way that whole thing was staged, and just the numbers belied what their story is. So there's something, there's a gap there.
Yeah. And of course, unfortunately, we don't have that video. I think the BBC shot that video, but if you've seen it, it's on social media. I want to talk about just some points of light in all of this, some of the optimism that we talk about, even though there is war going on. But one thing that struck out to me is that Zelensky and Ukraine's Foreign Minister Kuleba, they're urging European diplomats, they're urging U.S. diplomats to come back to Kyiv. That's a good sign. Also, Zelensky says he thinks Biden will visit. Again, the White House has said there are no plans for Biden to visit Kyiv, but just the diplomatic front that, you know, we've seen Europeans, Italy, I believe, France, come back to Kyiv after their consular missions moved west when the war began. It's a good sign.
It's a very good sign, and actually some have moved back. I think the biggest one was the European Union.
Yeah.
When they moved in, that's basically a magnet that pulls others in. So I think that the embassies are there. The city was not, the thing is, the city was not overrun by Russians. All right. The city held out. So the physical facilities, the diplomatic facilities, they're still there. And as far as I know, they're still there intact. In fact, I think there was a security force at most of them that was actually watching them while the main mission moved back east or over to Poland or wherever they went. So they just have to open the door and they can kind of turn things back, you know, turn the lights on and get things going again. What you probably won't see is the families moving back anytime soon. You'll see some sort of lead element for these diplomatic, maybe the ambassador, a smaller staff, more of an expeditionary type of staff that would come in and get things going again. And it's going to take a long time until there's a lot of rebuilding, things are stabilized, that you'll start to see the families start to come back. Could be years before we start to see the families come back in some cases, but I think you're going to see that across the board. I think the U.S. will probably do that as well. I think you're going to see more foreign leaders going in there. You're not probably going to see the president of the United States going in there. To move POTUS is such a huge operation, and we talked about this. You can't sneak him onto a train like Boris Johnson did and have him covertly move to Kyiv and then walk around and then get back on a train and leave. I could tell you Secret Service would definitely, you know, put their foot down on that. It's just not supportable. The other problem is if you have Air Force One go in there, you're having Air Force One go into airspace that's literally not controlled airspace. It's enemy airspace, and they would have to put a combat air patrol around Air Force One, which, as we've mentioned, as you know, we've talked about before, that essentially puts combat aircraft into a combat environment where they could potentially end up engaging Russian aircraft or Russian systems, air defense systems, or something like that. Just the logistics of it is too daunting. Now, whether they sneak, you know, Anthony Blinken on a train and sneak him in there and have him walk around, I think that's a much more supportable sort of thing to do. But moving the president, even the vice president, it's really just too hard from a logistics standpoint, from a security standpoint.
Hal, last point, and I want to get your opinion on this from the diplomatic front about U.S.-Russia relations, if there are any that exist. Politico has a piece out today. The first line of the piece says, "No one wants to talk to Anatoly Antonov." Of course, he is the Russian ambassador to the United States. He can't get a meeting with anyone in Washington. He's still in Washington. He's not been expelled from the United States. But a quote that he said in this piece kind of gives a broader view into what Russia's intentions are. I'm going to read it right now. He says, "It's a very narrow approach to say the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're talking about changing the world order that was created by the U.S., by NATO countries after the dissolution of the Soviet Union." Do you think that's hyperbole, or is that what we're seeing right now? Is that what's going on, writ large?
Well, Antonov is walking hyperbole. That's all he is. Is he just he has this party line.
Yeah.
And he says it. First off, no politician, certainly no major government official of the Biden administration wants to be seen with him. Any event where he would talk, he would put out this Russian line of denazification and all this stuff of Ukraine, and so he's basically pardon the expression, he's kind of like the Maytag repairman of Washington D.C. I mean, he's just sitting there by himself. He's nobody wants to be seen with him. I don't think any other diplomats want to be seen with him. Maybe, I don't know, he could go talk to somebody at the Cuban embassy and they could, that's about it. There really isn't much for him to do. And right now there's not much to talk about, until the Russians express, there's key indices that they're looking for that say the Russians have finally started to, come back to reality. I hate to say it, but I'm going to go back to what I've said before. Whatever's said in the negotiating room will be decided on the field of battle. There's about almost 800 Russian tanks that have been destroyed.
Yeah.
There's over 2,000 armored personnel carriers that have been destroyed. There's well over 300 aircraft, fixed wing, rotor, I'm kind of putting them all together, that have been destroyed. A significant number of Russian drones, and they don't have that many drones. Over 130, I think close to 140 drones have been destroyed. Not to mention all the other associated equipment systems that are out there. The sheer numbers, and of course, almost 21,000 Russian troops have been killed. Not all the numbers wounded, maimed, that'll never go back to battle again. When you look at those numbers, how can they sustain that for any period of time? Yet they're so hard-headed on this, and that's part of that Russian mentality they have been. But at some point, they're going to hit a tipping point, and I think what everybody expects is when this really does sink in, that things will tend to move rather quickly. All right, but it's going to take that time. That's one of the things. It's one of those things we're watching on the side. There's that very effective sort of social media, Twitter campaign, phone call campaign, contacting the mothers of troops that have been killed, captured, wounded, or whatever, to let their families know, hey, your son has died, your son is captured, whatever it is. And what they're dealing with is that social phenomenon in Russia called the Mothers of Russia, letting the families know and getting to them in a way that they'll never get this from the official media, but getting the word to them and try to push the Putin administration that way.
Yeah, and Hal, that Politico piece also says not even Putin wants to speak with Antonov either. So I thought that was interesting. You talked about when reality is going to set in regarding Putin, regarding the Russian people, about what they have suffered in Ukraine. But the suffering is ongoing for the Ukrainian people as well. And you look at the scenes out of Kharkiv, out of Mariupol over the weekend, it's horrendous. On the flip side of that, do you think there will come a point in time when Zelensky will have to sit down and have to make some concessions? And I hate saying that, but, there's so much optimism amongst the West, amongst the Ukrainian people. But will the losses be so great that there will come a point in time where he says he has to get back to the negotiating table? Some people have said that if Mariupol falls and there are atrocities there like we saw in and around Kyiv, that itself is a red line for no more diplomacy, no more negotiations. But how is that sustainable?
You know, the thing about Mariupol is it's going to take us a while to figure out how bad the atrocities are.
Yeah.
Because if the Russians take it, the Russians control the ground. So it's not going to be like other areas like Bucha where we can walk in and see the mass graves and stuff. They're going to try and cover that up as much as they can. But the atrocities will be there. They will be huge. You know, there is this element of warfare, and we saw the same thing in other wars like World War II, that you get to a level of death and destruction that's so overwhelming that nothing but total victory is acceptable. And in World War II, there were some, you know, there's some weird entrees and stuff to try and negotiate. You know, Germany wanted to negotiate some of its gains. You know, they wanted to, there was outreach to Great Britain to try and come to some sort of armistice or truce agreement or something like that. But the level of destruction, the level of death in total tends to have a dynamic of its own where neither side wants to back down. And what I'm seeing with the Ukrainian government is Zelensky early on was trying to come up with some sort of diplomatic approach to limit this, to turn things back, maybe to turn things back to February 24th, whatever he could. Mariupol, which looks a lot like Stalingrad in World War II, has so stilled the will of the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian people. It's difficult for them to probably negotiate in ways now that they could have said it, say, a month ago, just because of the level of death and destruction that's taken place. Also, as long as the Ukrainians feel that they can defeat the Russians on the field of battle, which is not an unfounded belief, they may push for defeat. They have certainly shown a resiliency, which I think has surprised everybody. Their ability to take everything the Russians throw at them and to keep going and to turn things around. And because of that, it's almost like there's a national will that's come together to say, look, we just got to push these guys out. And I think there's also a sense that if the Russians are not thoroughly defeated in this war, they're simply buying time for the next few years or several years until the Russians do the same thing again. So I think they really would like to see a decisive victory that stops the Russians from trying something this foolhardy again. So I think it's going to be tough. I think the negotiating table is not something where you're going to see a lot constructive going on right now. And again, I kind of go back to that same thing. What happens on the field of battle is going to determine what happens at the negotiating table.
Yeah. Hal Camphor, is always what a great discussion as we are in, I believe, day 53 or 54, I've lost track, of the war since it began February the 24th. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks so much, Hal.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
I think you saw that this morning the Secretary called his Romanian counterpart, Minister Dinku, to continue coordinating our assistance to the Ukrainian people who are bravely resisting Russia's aggression. Both leaders shared a sense of urgency, a shared sense of urgency given what's going on in the eastern part of the country, and both leaders, of course, commended Allied efforts to provide humanitarian and security assistance to Ukraine. The Secretary also commended Romania for welcoming hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees, and he was able to get an update from the minister on the formation of the French-led NATO multinational battle group that's in Romania. I think we issued a readout of that call a little bit ago. This afternoon, I think as you all know, the Secretary is now meeting with the Philippine Secretary of National Defense, Delfin Lorenzana, here at the Pentagon, just upstairs, to discuss ways to continue to deepen our cooperation under the U.S.-Philippines alliance. Both ministers will reiterate their commitment to supporting the security, stability, and prosperity of the Indo-Pacific and to ensuring the alliance remains capable and based on shared values and interests. They are also scheduled to, of course, discuss the importance of acting in unison to condemn Russian aggression and acting in solidarity with Ukraine. Finally, the Secretary will express his deepest condolences on behalf of the Department for the tragic loss of life in the Philippines in the wake of Tropical Storm Megai. I think it's more than 100 Filipinos now have lost their lives as a result of that tropical storm. And with that, we'll take your questions. Bob, I think you're on the phone.
Yes, thank you, John. On Ukraine, wondering what signs you might be seeing of an imminent escalation of the Russian offensive in the Donbass based on recent airstrike activity or other indicators that you're monitoring.
Sorry, Bob, can you repeat that?
Yeah, what signs you might be seeing of an imminent escalation in the Russian offensive in the Donbass based on recent airstrike activity or other things that you're monitoring?
So I would say just kind of reset what we've seen over the last couple of days, and hopefully this will get at your question. I mean, we have seen the Russians continue to flow in enablers, capabilities that will help them fight in the Donbass going forward. That's artillery, rotary aviation, helicopter support, command and control enablers, and we do believe that they have reinforced the number of battalion tactical groups in the east and the south of Ukraine. Now, we can't say specifically where all these battalions, these tactical groups are going, but we have seen over the last few days that they've added now more than 10 to what they already had there in that part of the country. Separate and distinct from that, Bob, we have continued to see the concentration of their airstrikes and artillery in the Donbass and in the south, particularly around and in Mariupol. That's where the preponderance of their strike activity has gone, and the fighting with Mariupol, as you guys have all seen, continues. The Ukrainians are still resisting. The city has not fallen to the Russians, but they continue to pound it from the air and through long-range fires. So it's been just over the last several days, you can continue to see the Russians are doing what we call shaping. They're trying to set the conditions for more aggressive, more overt, and larger ground maneuvers in the Donbass. But again, I would remind, this is an area of the country that has seen fighting over the last 8 years. This is a terrain that both sides understand and know, and the Ukrainians, it's not like they ever left the Donbass and only have been, racing to get there in the last few days. They have been there throughout this invasion and throughout the last 8 years, and they continue to fight very, very strongly for places in the Donbass. And we have seen indications in just the last few days that the Ukrainians not only have defended bravely, but they have been able to secure certain villages and towns in the Donbass. Travis.
Yeah, I have a question about Ukraine too, and U.S. troops training Ukrainians on the howitzers and the radar systems. We've heard that training could start this week. I'm just wondering if there are additional details, like, how many U.S. troops will be involved, where this is going to happen, some essential details like that, or is this going to be held closely by the Pentagon as some operations?
I think we're going to obviously So let me back up. It is true that we believe we'll be able to begin a process of training Ukrainian armed forces on the howitzers that will be shortly heading over. That training will occur outside of Ukraine. It'll be more of a train the trainers kind of environment, so it'll be a small number of Ukrainians that will be trained on the howitzers, and then they'll be reintroduced back into their country to train their colleagues. I'm not going to get into the locations. It'll be outside of Ukraine. I'm going to refrain right now from talking about who's going to be doing the training and exactly on what timeline. I think as we get closer to things, we may be able to talk a little bit more about it, but there is a plan now that we are beginning to execute, and we think that that training can happen in the next several days. Important to remember, Travis, that this is not as, while this particular system is new to the Ukrainians, they don't use American howitzers in artillery. They understand how to use artillery, and it won't, we don't believe will take very long or require much detailed training to get them up to speed on American howitzers. An artillery piece, so I've been told, is not unlike other artillery pieces. The basic outlines of the system are the same, but we'll just have to get them up to speed on the particulars of our howitzers. These are 155 howitzers. The Ukrainians typically use 152. It's a different caliber, but it doesn't mean that it's going to be overly laborious to get them up to speed on this. And I think, again, we'll be able to get this training done, at least the first round of it, in the next several days.
And if I could just follow up, obviously the battlefield is very fluid with Mariupol and what's happening in Donbass. But is it possible at this point in time to talk at all about how this training and this equipment like the howitzers and the radars could influence the battle? Or what capabilities it would give Ukrainians?
The artillery is a specific item that the Ukrainians asked for because of the fighting that they expect is going to occur in the Donbass. Again, I want to remind, there has been fighting there for 8 years. There's fighting there today. But the terrain lends itself to the use of artillery, to long-range fires, as we call it. And we know that the Russians also believe the same thing because we're seeing them move artillery units into the Donbass as well. And so we want to give the Ukrainians every bit of advantage that we can. They specifically asked for artillery support, and we answered that with this recent drawdown package that was just authorized on the 13th. So that was Wednesday of last week. And it's 18 howitzers, 40,000 rounds of artillery, 155 artillery that will go with the howitzers. And look, we'll continue to talk with them. It'll be an iterative conversation, and there may be additional security assistance that comes on top of what we just announced. You didn't ask this, but I think it's important to also point out that that authorization from the president was on the 13th. The execute order was issued on the 14th, and on the 15th, 2 days later, the first shipment started arriving in the theater of stuff from that $800 million drawdown package. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the inventory list and exactly what was on that first shipment, but that is unprecedented speed. 48 hours after authorization from the president, first plane was on its way. And there have been subsequent shipments since then, almost a half a dozen, as you and I speak here today, have already arrived in the region. Sylvie.
I have two questions. First, the Russians announced that they have bombed a weapons stockage facility where some Western weapons were stocked. Can you confirm that?
No. I know that they struck Lviv. They hit targets in Lviv, and I think they also struck in Kyiv over the last couple of days. We don't have a clear sense of battle damage assessment about what they were targeting and what they hit. At this time, we don't have any indication that Western aid was targeted and or hit or destroyed. But again, we're still working our way through the BDA, as you will, the battle damage assessment, and I just don't have more for you than that.
Okay, and to follow up on Bob's question, you said last week that the Russians still had, they were not ready to launch their new battle, that they had still logistic problems. do you assess that they improved their logistic preparation now and that they could be able to launch?
Yeah, too soon to tell, Sylvie. I mean, these appear to be chronic difficulties that the Russian military has had in terms of logistics and sustainment, command and control, unit cohesion, operational maneuver, integration of air to ground, all problems that they still suffer from. So it remains to be seen whether they have, quote, fixed these problems and are now ready to execute in a more efficient way in the Donbass. Our assessment is that they are still struggling with a lot of these problems. Also our assessment is that part of the reason we're talking about shaping operations in the Donbass is because the Russians are trying to learn from their mistakes. So in the last few days, we have seen them move in, as I said, command and control enablers, aviation support, largely helicopters, moving in artillery units ahead of what would be massive ground movements by troops or larger ground movements by troops. So it appears as if they are trying to learn from those mistakes, but again, it remains to be seen whether they've actually fixed their problems. We still assess that on many levels and in many ways, they still haven't figured out logistics and sustainment, and they still have command and control problems. But again, it remains to be seen. David.
You say that the Russians are conducting shaping operations. The Secretary of the Ukrainian Security Council was on television in Ukraine this morning saying that the active phase of the offensive has begun from Kharkiv down to Donetsk. Do you agree with that?
I'm certainly in no position to dispute what the Ukrainians are seeing on the ground, David. They're there. I've also said repeatedly that there have been active operations going on in the Donbass since the beginning of this invasion. In fact, for the last 8 years. So we absolutely have seen, and we've acknowledged that we've seen offensive and defensive operations by both the Russians and the Ukrainians in just the last several weeks. There's no question. And I just said a few minutes ago, we've seen the Ukrainians move against Russian positions in certain towns and villages, and we believe that they've been able to re-secure some of those towns and villages in the Donbass. So we're not disputing that there's not combat going on in the Donbass. What we're saying is we still consider what we're seeing to be a piece of shaping operations, that the Russians are continuing to set the conditions for what they believe will be eventual success on the ground by putting in more forces, putting in more enablers, putting in more command and control capability for operations yet to come.
Let me try it a slightly different way. Do you believe the Russian offensive in the east has begun?
We believe that the Russians are shaping and setting the conditions for future offensive operations. We also see, David, that there is active combat going on right now in the Donbass, as there has been for the last several weeks. Yeah.
There have been some reports that both Russians and Ukrainians have been using cluster munitions. Is that something you guys have seen or can confirm?
We are not in a position to independently verify the use of cluster munitions. I mean, we've seen the video, of course, the same video that I'm sure you've seen and looked at, but without being on the ground, it's difficult for us to say definitively and independently that we can confirm that. Certainly not refuting the images or what others are saying about it. Okay? Janie, I'll come back to you in a second. Go ahead.
Mike Brett, the Washington Examiner. 2 questions. First, has any U.S. aid not gotten to where it's supposed to go? And secondly, could we get an update on Russia's military capability?
Well, that second one's a big one, Mike. So on the first one, just to remind, what we're doing is helping coordinate the transshipment of not only U.S. security assistance, but security assistance provided by many other nations, more than 30, getting it into Ukrainian hands, getting it into Ukraine using ground methods. And that's as far as I'm going to go in terms of the details on that. And we're confident that that material continues to get into Ukraine. Once it gets into Ukrainian hands, it's up to the Ukrainian armed forces to decide where it goes, what unit gets it, when, where it's stored, if it's stored at all temporarily. That is up to the Ukrainians to decide, not the United States. We're not putting strings on this stuff and telling them that they have to move this by a certain date or get it to a certain unit, that we would not step on their toes in that regard. Our job, get it in the region, get it into Ukraine, and then the Ukrainians use it in the field. As for Russian military capability, that's a very big question, so I'll do the best I can. I mean, we still assess that in general they have the vast majority of their assembled combat power available to them. From what they assembled over the course of the fall and in the early winter months or weeks, they still have a lot of that amassed combat power available to them. They have suffered losses. They have suffered casualties. They have lost platforms and systems, whether it's aircraft or tanks or armored personnel carriers. You've seen the video yourself. You've seen these destroyed Russian platforms on the side of the road, but they still have quite a bit of capability left to them. Now they are concentrating that capability in a smaller geographic area, in the Donbass specifically, but also in the south. And so they are trying, as I answered earlier, they are trying to overcome some of their logistics and sustainment, their interior lines of communication problems, if you will. They won't have as far to go in the Donbass to reinforce, resupply, refuel their forces in the Donbass, because they have a long border with that part of Ukraine. And they are certainly adding combat capability in that part of Ukraine. It is a smaller, again, piece of ground than what they have been trying to operate in over the last 3 to 4 weeks, along 3 major lines of access across the entire eastern half of the country. Now they've concentrated it, and they still have a lot of combat power to use there. It's also, as I said earlier, terrain they're comfortable with. They've been fighting over this over the Donbass area now for 8 years. So their commanders, their troops, there's a familiarity with the cities and the towns and the terrain that they didn't necessarily have when they were trying to come at Kyiv from the north and Chernihiv from the north, and then up, from Crimea into the south. So we would expect that they're going to try again through their own familiarity with the terrain and the mistakes they made. They're going to try to overcome that. Okay.
Has there been any change, any big fluctuation within the last week or so, or last short period of time? I know that a senior defense official has put the estimation around 80% to 85% in the past couple of weeks. Is that around the same now?
You mean of the amount of combat power they still have available? Yeah. Look, I don't want to get into percentages and specific data here on their combat power from the podium. I would just say that we still believe they have the vast majority of their combat power available to them, even with the losses. They had taken time, months, to assemble combined arms capability outside of Ukraine: aviation, armor, artillery, infantry, special operations, airborne. They assembled a lot, and they still have a majority of that available to them, even with the losses that they've sustained in the last few weeks.
Right.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Just following up on what Ms. Brest was getting at. Could you update us a little bit, if you have any visibility into the mix of troops available? How many are they calling on special forces that they used in Syria? Are they calling up new recruits? What the mix is there in terms of?
Yeah, we don't have a perfect we don't have a perfect sense of their manpower. We know that they have tried to recruit foreign fighters out of Syria. They claim they were going to get 16,000. We don't have a number to tell you that they got that many, but we know that they have actively tried to recruit foreign fighters out of Syria. We know we've seen indications that they have tried to reinforce their troop levels from other parts of Russia, as well as countries outside of Russia and outside of Ukraine. We know that they are refitting and resupplying and trying to put back into the fight some battalion tactical groups that were in the north, that they have evacuated now or retreated out of Ukraine into Belarus and into Russia. We still believe that there's a not insignificant number of battalion tactical groups that they're trying to refit to come back in. And we know that just in the last few days, they have added to their battalion tactical groups in the east and in the south. Again, we don't know exactly where all these units are or when they were reintroduced, but we know they have added to their force levels in the east and in the south.
And just one other. The bombardment of Lviv, is that any sort of, could we read that as an indication that they have ambitions to go farther west? I mean, it's only 40 miles from the Polish border.
Yeah, they've struck targets near Lviv before. I wouldn't call it a bombardment. We noted at least one airstrike in Lviv over the last couple of days. Again, I can't get inside the Russian mindset here and tell you what exactly they believe they were striking and with what intent. As I told Sylvie, we're still trying to assess it ourselves as best we can. We're not there on the ground, so we don't know perfectly what they hit or what the intent was. But clearly they struck out at Lviv and they struck out in Kyiv over the course of the weekend. But most, and I think this is important to remember, most of their airstrike activity and artillery strikes are happening in the east and in the south, specifically Mariupol. Barb.
Two questions on two different subjects, if I may. Just to go back on Russia for a minute, you mentioned that you believe they are still having logistics, sustainment, and command and control issues, even as they put these enablers in forward positions.
We don't believe they have overcome all of their challenges in those regards.
So can you offer any indicators or evidence that leads you to that conclusion?
I think one indicator is that they named this new general, Dvornikov, to take overall command of their forces in Ukraine. They didn't have a single overall operational commander before. What we believe that part of that is because they want to improve command and control and to try to get more efficient in their logistics and sustainment capabilities.
Do you think they still haven't gotten there?
Again, our assessment is that they still have significant challenges when it comes to command and control and logistics and sustainment.
Does that matter if, in fact, they're just devastating areas with artillery and long-range airstrikes?
I think it does, and you don't have to look any further than what happened in Chernihiv and Kyiv and down in the south to see that it does absolutely matter. Logistics and sustainment, command and control, unit cohesion, operational maneuver, air-to-ground integration, all that still matters. The airstrikes alone were not enough to help them take Kyiv.
Can I ask you about the peculiar situation at Green Village in Syria? First, CENTCOM puts out a statement saying, of course, that Green Village, where U.S. troops are located in northeastern Syria, came under direct fire attack, presumably rockets or mortars. Several days go by. We then are told that there's a statement, if you go on their website, that says, no, that was wrong, that explosives were deliberately placed at Green Village, where U.S. troops are. It seems very odd that the military, CENTCOM, was not transparent on this matter to let people know that U.S. troops were victimized by what they assess to be deliberately placed explosives. Can you tell us what the situation is right now? Is there, how are you investigating this? Is there really video that people say there is of some person seen on video running around the base? What do you think happened there, and why was it so strangely handled?
Well, there's an awful lot there. Let's just start with the basics, Barb. It is still under investigation. And as we learn more, we want to share what we can. We're not able to always share everything, but we try to share what we can. As they dug into it more, they realized that the first reports, no shock, right? First reports, try this again using my native language. First reports are usually wrong, and in this case it was. That wasn't a result of indirect fire. Now they now believe that it was the deliberate placement of a couple of charges on the actual facility. They're still looking at this, still investigating it. I would refer you to CENTCOM to speak to how that investigation is going and what the progress is. I don't have an update for you from the podium today. So we'll see what they learn going forward, but that's the going assumption right now. It was the deliberate placement of a couple of charges. I don't know anything about video surveillance and whether it was caught on video or not. Again, I'd refer you to them to speak to that. And we don't know, certainly not at our level, have a sense of who placed these charges, how many were there, what was the motivation, what was behind this. We just, the intention, we just don't know that right now. Yeah.
Follow up quickly on that. Were there any casualties involved in that?
Well, there was 4 individuals, 4 U.S. service members who were treated for traumatic brain injury. What I have been told today is that they either are or have been returned to duty, or I'm sorry, they either will be soon or they have been returned to duty status. But they'll be, obviously, because we take TBI so seriously. I mean, there'll be follow-ups and they'll continue to be evaluated by medical personnel because, as you know, TBI can sometimes take a while to manifest itself. So we're taking that very seriously. But my understanding is that they've been either have been returned to duty or they will be very, very soon. Yeah, in the back there. Janie, I'll get to you in a second.
Yeah.
I want to get through Russia-Ukraine stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, a follow-up on Syria. You know, placing charges or explosive devices is not a typical of Iranian-backed militias. Are you concerned that there are some insider kind of threat to the U.S. base over there?
Well, clearly there's a concern about some sort of insider threat. If the going assumption is now that they were deliberate placement of charges inside Green Village, of course that's a concern.
And who is with the U.S. forces down there in that base?
I'd refer you to CENTCOM. I don't have a laydown of everybody that's at Green Village. I just don't have that for you today.
On Ukraine, we have heard from this building several times that Russian invasion of Ukraine has changed the security architecture fundamentally in Europe. After all these failures of the Russian military, is this still the assessment? And do you think that Russia is still a big threat to the European security?
We continue to believe that the European security environment has changed and will stay changed as a result of Mr. Putin's willingness to conduct an unprovoked invasion of a neighboring state. Their failures notwithstanding, that war is still ongoing. And we're still sending security assistance, even as you and I are talking here today, to Ukraine to help defend themselves. So of course we assess that the security environment is changed. Not has changed, not will change, is changed. And so we are going to continue to have conversations here inside the department and with allies and partners about what those changes portend for our posture going forward. I don't have any answers for you today. We haven't made any decisions. We're not going to make any decisions without full consultation with allies and partners, but we're absolutely operating under that assumption. Kelly.
You mentioned, I believe, to Sylvie's question, that Russia is learning from its failed efforts in the north, but also saying that they're still having these command and control issues. So are they learning from what happened in the north? What are we seeing? What are you assessing?
I think we believe that they are trying to learn from past mistakes, and you can see that in just the way they are conducting these shaping operations. They're conducting themselves in ways that we didn't see them around Kyiv, for instance. So it appears as if they're trying to learn. Now, whether they will be successful in doing that, whether we can say they have learned, I just don't think we're ready to say that right now. I think it's too soon to know.
And one more, if I may, on cyber attacks. I wanted to ask you if you're seeing any military systems being targeted, command and control, and how is the U.S. going to respond if the U.S. and NATO are hit by cyber attacks?
So you're asking if we have suffered any cyber attacks as a result of a couple of. The DoD infrastructure, cyber infrastructure, gets assaulted in cyberspace every single day by a plethora of different actors out there. It's something that we have to be cognizant of every single day and work on our resiliency every single day. Do I have any information about a specific cyber attack based on, from Russia or Russia state actors as a result of Ukraine? No, I'm not. Yeah, in the back.
President Zelensky said over the weekend he fears Russia using nuclear weapons, but Ukraine's head of the military intelligence, he says that he thinks Putin's bluffing. What's the U.S. assessment on that possibility that Putin were to use nuclear weapons?
I would just tell you two things. One, We noted with concern, as we said at the time, when Mr. Putin began to use escalatory rhetoric with respect to nuclear weapons at the very outset of this war. It certainly got our attention. Number two, and we said at the time that kind of rhetoric coming from a nuclear power, clearly not constructive, and warranted us taking it seriously. Number two, and I've said this before, I'll say it again, because I'm not going to talk about the details of our strategic deterrent, but the Secretary we're watching this every single day. We monitor it as best we can. He remains confident in our strategic deterrent posture and our ability to defend the homeland as well as our allies and partners from a strategic deterrence perspective, and that's really where I'm going to leave it. Jared from Al Monitor.
Hi, John. My question has been asked. Thank you.
Jared, the last question, Janie.
Thanks, John. On North Korea, and I asked a question after that, I follow up. And the North Korea testified on new tactical guided weapons yesterday. What is the U.S. reactions on this?
We're still analyzing these launches, Janie. I don't have a lot of detail for you today. Obviously, we're still trying to assess what exactly happened here.
How does the Pentagon evaluate North Korea's nuclear warhead missiles? It really to strike the United States mainland.
I think what I would say, Janie, is North Korea continues to pursue a ballistic missile program and nuclear capabilities that at least we think they believe will help intimidate and threaten our allies and partners in the region, and that includes the rest of the Korean Peninsula. Many of these capabilities, some of the ones that they've tested, are in direct violation of UN Security Council resolutions. We continue to call on North Korea to cease these provocations, and we consider them provocations, and to be willing to sit down in good faith and have a diplomatic discussion about how we denuclearize the Korean Peninsula, which remains our goal. In the meantime, we have significant security commitments on the peninsula as well as in the region. I mean, the Republic of Korea is a treaty ally. So is Japan. So are the Philippines, who we're meeting with today. We have significant treaty obligations, and we take those obligations seriously. You just saw, I think, today kicked off a command post exercise that is a semi-annual one. It's a command post, no live fire, no live movement of forces, but it's a semi-annual command post training event that we just kicked off today. That's, I think, a tangible representation of how seriously we take our responsibilities there. And we're going to continue to do that going forward. The other thing, the last thing I'll say is, we have said repeatedly that we're willing to sit down with Pyongyang, no preconditions, to begin to have discussions about the denuclearization of the peninsula. And to date, rather than showing any willingness to sit down in good faith and negotiate and talk and use diplomacy, the North continues to conduct tests. Now, again, on this latest one, we're still analyzing it. I just don't have any more detail.
You know that the North Korea didn't want to come out and talking with the United States. How can you make it North Korea's denuclearizations, Korean Peninsula?
We still believe here at the Department of Defense that the best way to pursue the denuclearization of the peninsula is through diplomacy. And the Biden administration has made it clear we're willing to sit down without preconditions to try to affect that outcome. And Pyongyang has answered only with more tests.
If diplomacy is not work.
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals. We believe diplomacy is the best path forward here. In the meantime, we have serious security commitments to our South Korean allies, and we're meeting those. We're making them tangible. We're making them real. This command post exercise that just kicked off today is a good example of that. Okay, thanks everybody. Got to go.
This federal travel mask mandate will not be implemented as the Biden administration now reviewing a Florida federal judge's ruling against it. I just want to put some video up. Of course, this is taking effect literally as we speak. We are getting reports in from many of the major carriers in the United States that they are dropping their mask mandates. This is all because U.S. District Judge Catherine Kimball Mizell ruled that the mask mandate on planes, trains, buses, and other forms of transportation is unlawful. She said that the CDC has exceeded its authority and failed to follow proper rulemaking procedures. Joining me now to discuss this even further, friend of the program, legal expert Ken Belkin. Ken, good to see you. And since we brought you in, there have been more developments just in the past 30 minutes here. Delta, Southwest, United, Alaska, all dropping their mask mandates literally while people are in mid-flight.
Well, good to see you, Andrew. This is an extraordinary turn of events and probably one that's a long time coming. The same line of reasoning that Judge Mizell pointed to when making her decision in this case is something that a lot of people have been saying throughout the COVID crisis of the government policies and restrictions put on everyday people, that they really just go above and beyond. And there's really, in a lot of cases, they're what's called arbitrary and capricious, which is something that the government is not allowed to act when it comes to making federal policy with regard to mass transit and airline travel.
Ken, now Judge Kimball Mizell is saying that this violated the Administrative Procedure Act. This was in a 59-page ruling saying that the CDC failed to prove its decision regarding implementing the mandate. We also saw this a couple months back as well with the moratorium on evictions. Because of the pandemic itself and the Biden administration, they tried to fight through that. That went by the wayside. Is this similar? Is what we're seeing very similar to this?
So you brought up the Administrative Procedure Act. It's a very crucial piece of legislation that I don't think Americans truly appreciate. And it came about during FDR's administration. And it was a law that created all of these administrative agencies that we have today. Their statutory founding goes back to this law, and it allows the federal government to create agencies that have broad authority over a number of things that affect everyday Americans' lives, such as air travel. And the standard for when these agencies have overstepped the bounds is if these agencies are acting in a quote-unquote arbitrary and capricious manner. And you got to ask yourself, is this mask mandate a bit arbitrary? Is it really protecting anyone? Is there any evidence that shows it's effective at protecting anyone? And if not, is it just some arbitrary restriction we placed on citizens who choose to travel by plane? And I think we can all say after 2 years of this pandemic, wearing the mask might make us feel safe and nice, but it is a little bit arbitrary and a bit theatrical in its nature.
Yeah, and Ken, of course, the White House called the decision rather disappointing, but they did say that the TSA will now not be enforcing this as this goes under review. Do you think the Biden administration is going to go tooth and nail to, keep this into effect? Remember, they extended it already to May 3rd. It was supposed to expire today. But if it expires May 3rd, do you see the wisdom in going to court to try to put it back into place?
Let's be frank here, Andrew. The wisdom is going to lie in what the focus groups and what the polling says to President Biden. We're coming into an election season this November, and by all accounts, it looks like the Democrats are going to get decimated. So you have to imagine that political calculus is going to play an effect here. And what he's going to do is he's probably going to look and see how unpopular are the mask mandates with my base. Because if they're popular enough that it's worth it, maybe we should appeal this to the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. Now, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals is not known for being, I hate to use the liberal conservative paradigm with respect to courts, but it is known for being a conservative circuit, and he may not win if he appeals it.
Ken, also, this has kind of sparked a debate about the wisdom of who gets to decide on if these policies should still be in place? Is it the CDC? Is it just one federal judge in Florida? Or should it be the airlines themselves? And it seems like the airlines are taking up the mantle now and basically doing away with these mask mandates.
Well, let's face it, the airlines have an incentive here. They want to make their customers happy, but they also have an incentive to make their flights safe and mitigate any potential liability they might have on their end. But the fact of the matter is, the federal judiciary plays a very crucial role here. And their role is to ensure that the Biden administration or any presidential administration, when, giving us these mandates or giving us sort of agency regulations under the Administrative Procedure Act, they have to make sure that these administrations are not overstepping the bounds of the Constitution, that they are not violating the rights of ordinary American citizens.
Yeah, and of course, I just want to put up for our viewers the statement this was obtained by our White House correspondents at Fox from an administration official, saying that the agencies are reviewing the decision and assessing potential next steps. In the meantime, today's court decision means CDC's public transportation masking order is not in effect at this time. Now, of course, some airlines said for workers and travelers alike that wearing a mask can now remain optional. But this also brings up other kind of state-run initiatives and local-run initiatives when it comes to masking. And I want to get your opinion on that, because we saw the Metro in Washington, D.C. essentially put out a statement after this was all said and done that no, in Washington, D.C., you still have to wear your masks on the Metro. So it's totally up to local and state officials to do what they will.
Well, look, I think local officials, state officials, they have the public health power under our Constitution. So it is within the realm of their rights to enforce these mandates and to enact them. Now, I will say this. I live in New York City, and, I brought a lawsuit against the state and city of New York when they shut down our restaurants. And that lawsuit was eventually thrown out by a federal judge. But in doing my research on that lawsuit, we saw that the vast majority of the cases appeared to not originate in restaurants or coffee shops, but through the subway system of New York. And it makes sense. You put a bunch of people in an enclosed steel, cylinder for a prolonged period of time, they're going to be recycling the same air and they're going to be breathing each other's refuse.
Yeah, of course, we'll see where this goes. We'll see if any other judges maybe strike it down. And we'll see where it goes. Maybe it'll get to the appellate review as well. Where do you see this going, though?
I think if the Biden administration thinks there's going to be a political benefit to be had, they will appeal it. And while it's on appeal, they will request a stay, meaning that Judge Mizell's order on the Florida District Court case be stayed. It be put on pause while the appeal works its way through the appellate process. Now, I don't think the Biden administration is likely to win based on what I know about 11th Circuit Court of Appeals decisions. But, had this case been had in, let's say, the 9th Circuit that oversees San Francisco, it might be an appeal worthwhile for the Biden administration to take up.
That is very interesting to note as well. Ken Belkin, we always appreciate your time and insight into these stories.
Is that the new press secretary?
Who knows who's under here? No more bunny business. That's the line we worked on. Do you guys like it? Okay. Thank you for joining us, Easter Bunny.
Are there sticks and carrots?
Oh, Kelly. Coming with the fire today. I like it. Okay. Okay, a couple of items for you at the top. Happy Tax Day to those who celebrate, which we hope is everyone in the room.
Oh, bring back the bunny.
As part of Tax Day, we're highlighting the real difference between the president and congressional Republicans. President Biden has a simple philosophy. The middle class deserves some financial breathing room, which is why his economic plan would give tax relief to tens of millions of families who work hard and deserve a little extra cushion each month. And the president believes billionaires should pay their fair share so we can invest in our economic future and cut the deficit. That's why he's calling on the top 1% of the top 1% to pay a minimum tax of 20%, when right now the wealthiest families can pay a lower average rate than teachers. And let me be crystal clear. The president will not raise taxes for anyone making under $400,000. The congressional Republican plan, however, as Senator Rick Scott outlined, couldn't be more different. Republicans on Capitol Hill are more than happy to pass a nearly $2 trillion tax giveaway to the wealthy and big corporations under the previous administration. But now, led by Senator Scott, Republicans want to raise taxes on the middle class, with one independent analysis showing their plan would hike taxes by an average of around $1,500 each year on 75 million American families, 96% of whom make under $100,000. That's the plan of congressional Republicans: tax hikes for the middle class, tax hikes for the wealthy and big corporations. President Biden disagrees. It's time to put the middle class first. Tomorrow, as you may know, the president is traveling to New Hampshire to highlight infrastructure investments to modernize our nation's ports and waterways and discuss how these investments will strengthen our supply chain, support local economies, and help cut costs for American families. American ports are a cornerstone of the United States economy, but outdated infrastructure and the COVID-19 pandemic have strained their capacity and jeopardized global supply chains, which has caused delays and passed costs directly to consumers. Thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, we now have $17 billion to upgrade, repair, and maintain our nation's port infrastructure. As the president continues to use every tool to help bring down prices for Americans, investments that strengthen domestic supply chains and move goods faster and more efficiently are critical to lowering costs for families. So during his trip tomorrow, he will visit Portsmouth Harbor, which is the only deep water harbor in New Hampshire and handles approximately 3 million tons and nearly $2 billion of cargo a year, including critical materials to support the local economy and clean energy production. The port recently completed a project to widen the harbor's turning basin and will receive funding from the bipartisan infrastructure law to maintain safe and efficient operations along the channel, both crucial projects to accommodate larger ships and heavier loads of cargo. Also wanted to note a bunch of scheduling things today. Today, we are pleased to announce that we will co-host the second Global 19 Summit virtually on May 12th, alongside Belize, Germany, Indonesia, and Senegal. The virtual summit will redouble our efforts to end the acute phase of the pandemic and prepare for future pandemics and other health threats. Our role in co-hosting the summit continues to highlight American leadership in the global COVID response, with our provision to date of more than $19 billion in health, humanitarian, and economic assistance, and our commitment to providing 1.2 billion vaccine doses to the world for free, of which we've already delivered more than 500 million doses. And while we are dedicated to continuing to lead the global COVID response, we also need Congress to urgently do its part to fund the global COVID response. We have requested a supplemental funding package for our most urgent needs to get shots into the arms and to provide life-saving tests, treatments, and supplies. And we will obviously continue to work with Congress on getting that funding when they return. Finally, I want last thing is that we also announced that on March 12th and 13th, the President will host the leaders of the ASEAN in Washington, D.C. It will build on President Biden's participation in the October 2021 U.S.-ASEAN Summit, where the President announced $102 million in new initiatives to expand our engagement with ASEAN on COVID-19, promoting economic growth and more. And this will, of course, we'll have more to preview as we get closer to that trip. Josh, why don't you kick us off?
Thanks, Jen. Happy Monday. Two subject areas. First, a federal judge in Florida says the CDC exceeded its authority with the mask mandate in airports. What's the White House position?
The CDC recommended continuing the order for additional time, 2 weeks, to be able to assess the latest science in keeping with its responsibility to protect the American people. So this is obviously a disappointing decision. The CDC continues recommending wearing a mask in public transit. As you know, this just came out this afternoon. So right now, the Department of Homeland Security, who would be implementing, and the CDC are reviewing the decision. And of course, the Department of Justice would make any determinations about litigation.
Secondly, Russia is expected to virtually attend meetings of the IMF and World Bank this week. Is that appropriate given the actions in Ukraine? And how should international organizations treat Russia?
Well, the President has made clear that he does not believe we should be operating as business as usual, and he's made clear about his concerns about their participation in the G20. I'd also note that our representative there, the Secretary of Treasury, has made clear that she isn't planning to attend events or meetings that the Russians are participating in. But in terms of other determinations beyond that, I don't have any further comment.
A question on this move to restart the sale of leases for drilling on public lands. How long do you think it will take for these new leases to actually start producing, and what impact do you think this may have on gas prices?
Well, let me first say that today's action, as you know, but for everybody, was the result of a court injunction that we continue to appeal, and it's not in line with the President's policy, which was to ban additional leasing, because, one, we need to move towards a more clean energy economy, which he strongly believes in, but also because there are 9,000 permits unused on lands that could be tapped into by oil companies, and we don't feel they are needed. In terms of how long it will take to get up drilling because of the court action, I don't have any assessment on that from here. I would just note that we are going to continue to fight this court injunction that is forcing our hand in allowing this to proceed, even as we have taken actions to reduce by 80% the areas to lease and impose stringent environmental standards.
The President has promised to slash greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030. Now you're having to expand production of fossil fuels, and you promised to curtail them. Congress, as we know, has yet to act on many of your climate proposals. Is the President's ambitious climate change goal and agenda still attainable, or are these new leases going to undercut that pledge?
Well, again, these leases are not in line with our policy or the President's view.
But if you're, policy or not, I mean, this is the situation that you're in.
It is, and we're going to continue. There's obviously we're going to continue to fight this legal action. But I would say that the President remains committed. Addressing the climate crisis is one of the 4 pillars that he came in. He ran on as president, and he will continue to fight for. One of the reasons that this was so troubling to him is because he is so committed to that objective as president, and we have continued to propose a historic investment in addressing the climate crisis, something that we will continue to discuss with Congress. So there are a lot of ways to get there, that we will continue to work with Congress to take actions, but he has also not hesitated to take actions himself through his own authorities to take actions to help our climate.
But are you still confident that goal is achievable?
We are continuing to pursue it, and we are going to continue to do everything we can to reach it. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, thank you. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is saying President Putin probably would have backed off from invading Ukraine if President Biden had shipped weapons to Ukraine sooner. Does the president feel he should have acted sooner?
Well, first, just for fact's sake, we sent a record amount of security assistance to Ukraine during President Biden's first year in office, more than any other president in history. And we shared a significant amount of intelligence with Ukraine about Russia's intentions systems and military movements, as you all know, because we've talked about it in here. $3.2 billion total, $2.6 billion since this conflict started. That's in direct contrast with our predecessor, who withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid from Ukraine, including javelins, which Mr. McCarthy, who was critical of us in this moment, defended at the time as, quote, the rightful thing to do, because he claimed people believed there was corruption in the Zelensky administration. So I don't know if that's a question for us as much as a question for him. What has changed in that period of time?
And secondly, are you planning more sanctions this week on Russia, more oligarchs? What can you tell us?
We are continuing to review and consider additional sanctions. It's been an ongoing process, but right now you will see us continue to expand our sanctions targets and to continue to take steps to both further tighten our sanctions to prevent evasion and put in place additional sanctions. I also wanted to note a couple of comments for anyone who questions, which probably isn't anyone in this room, but maybe, whether these sanctions are having an impact. One is by the chairwoman of the Russian National Central Bank, who said these sanctions are, quote, will now begin to increasingly affect the real sectors of the economy and, quote, practically every product. She also said that, quote, that sanctions are being tightened almost every day, and, quote, the period during which the economy can live on reserves is finite, meaning these are really having the squeeze that the President, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Treasury, and others have conveyed. But we are continuing to review, and I expect we'll have more in the coming days.
Go ahead. Just to quickly follow up on the mask mandate being voided by this judge, what is the White House's assessment of what that means for travelers today?
Well, it just happened this afternoon, and so the Department of Homeland Security obviously oversees the implementation of this, and they're reviewing it as we speak.
So it's still in place right now?
They're doing it as we speak. It just came out this afternoon, and if there are any updates while I'm out here, I'm sure we can provide them to all of you.
Okay. And President Zelensky told Jake Tapper yesterday that he wants President Biden to visit Ukraine, and he believes that he will. You said last week there were no plans being made for President Biden to go. Is that still the case?
That has not changed. What our focus continues to be on is providing Ukraine, the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian leaders, a historic amount of security assistance that's been adapted based on their needs and their successes on the ground. And obviously, that can be attributed largely to the courage and the bravery of the Ukrainian leaders. But the second reason is because of the military assistance we provided. I would note, because I know this is an understandable question you all have asked, that if anyone were to go, there's no plans for the president to go. So let me just reiterate that. But we would not outline from here or anywhere from the government who, if, and when for security reasons. So we wouldn't have any details to preview regardless.
Is the president considering granting President Zelensky's request to make Russia a state sponsor of terrorism?
So that is a process that it's an authority that obviously exists within the government and at the State Department. And in order, just broadly speaking, for any country to be designated a state sponsor of terror, and there's only 3, North Korea, Sudan, and Iran at this point in time, just for your full perspective. The Secretary of State would need to determine the government of that country has repeatedly provided support for acts of international terrorism, and these, of course, designations are made after a careful review. So while we have those authorities, I don't have any update on that or prediction of that. That assessment would be made by the State Department. What I would note, which I think is important, is that for the countries that have been designated state sponsors of terrorism, so I named a couple of them for you, that the 4 main categories of sanctions that result from designation under these authorities include restrictions on U.S. foreign assistance, a ban on defense exports and sales, certain controls over exports of dual-use items, and other financial restrictions. And what we've already done to date is, of course, impose significant financial sanctions, export controls, and curtailed restrictions on financial assistance. So when you're thinking about the impact, these are already a lot of steps that we've taken, but I have nothing to predict on that front. That's a process that would have to be reviewed through the State Department.
Okay, last question. Russia warned the United States last week to stop arming Ukraine or risk unpredictable consequences. What does the U.S. believe those consequences would be?
Well, we're not going to comment. I'm not going to speculate on empty threats or threats by President Putin or by Russian leadership. What we have done here is done exactly what the president said we would do from the beginning, which is to, if they invaded, we would be providing significant security assistance, economic assistance, and support to the Ukrainian people. And we're going to continue to do exactly that. Go ahead.
I want to belabor this only because we've heard from the airlines, from airport passengers, there may be people sitting in an airport bar watching right now wondering, if they're boarding a flight tonight, is the mask mandate still in place?
We're continuing to recommend people wear masks. I don't have any update. This just came out through the courts just this afternoon, and as soon as there is an update, we will provide that to all
Is
of
the
you.
White House anticipating an announcement? By Homeland Security tonight?
They are assessing it right now, and as soon as they have an assessment and an update on additional steps, they'll make that available.
But if the DOJ, say, doesn't stay the order tonight or first thing tomorrow morning, are passengers
I understand why you're asking, and certainly no one here is trying to provoke uncertainty with passengers. We also think the mask mandate should be in place and that it's safer for individuals who are flying to continue to wear masks. So we would say to anyone sitting out there, we'd recommend you wear masks on the airplane. And then as soon as we can provide an update from here, hopefully soon, we'll provide that to all of you.
Two more related CDC things.
Yeah.
In the ruling, the judge said that she accepts the CDC's argument that masks limit COVID spread, but that alone is not sufficient to overcome what she concludes is a rule that exceeds the agency's authority to put it in place. The administration believes otherwise, right?
Otherwise, we wouldn't have put it in place to begin with.
So that potentially is the crux of an appeal or an attempt to stop.
Well, again, I would leave that to the Department of Justice. But what we announced last week was just a 2-week extension in order to have time to assess. What we've all seen is rising cases and make an assessment and recommendation with that in mind. So, of course, it's disappointing.
There's another issue the CDC is in the middle of that's troubling some Democrats, and that is, of course, the impending end of Title 42. Gary Peters, who chairs the Homeland Security Committee, another Democratic senator today suggesting he has doubts about ending Title 42. Says that Secretary Mayorkas is scheduled to be there for a budget hearing, I believe, later this month or next month. What more, though, is the administration sharing with these Democrats and Republicans, but notably a handful of Democrats who say they don't see a firm plan, they want more details, and the administration seems to be rushing into this with no sense of what the repercussions could be?
Well, I think it's important to remember this is not an immigration authority. For anyone who has concerns about it, nor is it an immigration plan. We've never said it was. It is a health authority that Congress gave the CDC authority to make a determination determination about whether it needs to stay in place or not. There is no question we have a broken immigration system. There's more we need to do. We've been saying that from the first day the president took office. And anyone who wants to work on that, Democrats, Republicans, anyone, how we can put smarter security in place, how we can have an asylum processing system that works, we would love to do that. But what is happening right now is they're essentially holding hostage funding for COVID. And we are going to run out of funding, we are already running out of funding, for key programs. So our issue here is let's move forward with the COVID funding. We're happy to have a discussion about the broken immigration system. We agree it's broken. Let's work together on addressing that.
You say that because there's this amendment to the COVID plan that would put it.
I say that because that's the root issue here, isn't it? I mean, anyone who's raising concerns, they're tying it to the COVID funding.
Republicans are, but you get a handful of Democrats who aren't necessarily supportive
I understand
of
that, but we're also happy to work with anyone on immigration reform and any concerns they have.
But it sounds like the answer is, if you've got concerns, you, Congress, do something about it.
Well,
here's what happens on May 25th once Title
the president
42 is
put forward a bill his first day in office. It's not you do something about it. Let's work together on it, and we're happy to do that. You have different ideas. You want to talk about how to move this forward. Let's do that. At the same time, what's happening is this COVID funding, which means people who are uninsured are not going to be able to get access to treatments, to vaccines. We're not going to be able to get the fourth booster shot to everybody. We're not going to be able to get the treatments for immunocompromised. So that's where we're at, and that's why it's important to move that funding forward. And yes, our system is broken. Let's address it. But this is a health authority, not an immigration authority. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You said about this mask ruling out of a federal court in Florida that it's a disappointing decision, and you say you continue to recommend that people wear masks. Why is it that we can sit here in the White House briefing room with no masks, but people can't sit in an airplane cabin with no masks?
Well, Peter, I'm not a doctor. You're not a doctor. That I'm aware of. If you're a doctor, I wasn't aware of that today, until today. Okay, not a doctor. Just making sure. I don't know.
Nor do you play one on TV.
Nor does he play one on TV. There you go, most days. But these determinations, remember the masking guidance is green, yellow, and red. We are currently in a green zone in Washington, D.C., so they're not recommending it. Some people can still wear a mask if they want to. Many people do, or wear them in meetings, or wear them at certain times where you're going to be around or sitting close to people, or maybe you have an immunocompromised parent or friend, and so people make that decision. And this is based on health considerations and data that the CDC looks at about transmissibility as we've seen an increase in cases on airplanes.
Then would the president support if a flight is leaving from an airport in a green zone, those people don't have to wear masks?
Again, Peter, there's been long a difference from the beginning about people on an airplane and in federal transportation vehicles and situations than where they are in locations. Like we here continue to be in Washington, D.C., a green zone. But what we'd asked for, I think it's important to remember, is a 2-week extension, or not asked for, what we had announced was a 2-week extension to look at the data and make recommendations based on the data and the science about whether it should be continued or not.
Okay, on a different topic, we have new reporting that at least 23 people apprehended at the southern border in 2021 are on the terror watch list. Why do you guys think it is that somebody on a terror watch list would want to get into the United States undetected?
Well, I can't make an assessment of that, but what I can tell you is that your data you're citing here means the Border Patrol was doing their job. I mean, they apprehended people at the border.
2,000 illegal immigrants a day got away last month. Are you saying that you can say with certainty none of them are on a terror watch list?
Here's what we're talking about, encounters we know, and of a suspected terrorist attempting to cross the southern border. They're very uncommon. We're talking about a few dozen annual encounters at most, and these encounters represent significantly less than the 0.01% of total encounters per fiscal year in recent years. But I'd note, these individuals, these 23 people, the Border Patrol, they stopped them. They prevented them from getting into the country. They're protecting our homeland and keeping us safe.
So the president is not worried about holes in the southern border being exploited by people trying to come in and kill Americans.
He's grateful to the Border Patrol for doing their job and stopping these people and preventing them from getting into the country.
And one additional question about something that happened a few months ago down at the border. We've been told that the mounted Border Patrol officers the president accused of whipping migrants have been notified they will not face criminal charges. So when is the president going to apologize to them?
There is a process and an investigation that's gone through the Department of Homeland Security. I don't have any update on that.
The president said that they were whipping people, which would be a criminal offense, and they've been told they're not going to be criminally charged.
And there was an investigation into that, and I'll let the Department of Homeland Security announce any conclusion of that investigation.
You accuse these officers of brutal and inappropriate measures. Now that they've been told they will not be criminally charged, will you apologize?
And Peter, there was an investigation into their behavior, so that investigation is playing out. Whenever it's going to be announced, the Department of Homeland Security will announce that, and I'm sure we'll have a comment on it after that. Go ahead.
Back on the mask issue, as the debate is going on about next steps, is there any concern in the White House that this issue, now that there are some Americans who are aware of this ruling by the Florida judge, that it could prompt some of the tensions we've seen on airplanes in recent months until there's a resolution?
Yeah, Kelly, it's a great question. Obviously, what we're trying to do, what we would encourage is calm in all cases, and because this ruling just came out this afternoon, I know the objective of everybody involved and all the necessary authorities in government is to make a determination about next steps as quickly as possible. So that's certainly our hope, and we want to do everything we can to prevent that.
On the oil leases, does the president see any secondary benefit to the fact that even though this is not his policy objective, that there could be some additional production that could help, given the fact that gas prices are high and there has been a push to have additional production because of the war in Ukraine, even though it's not his policy objective?
I can tell you from talking with him about this morning, he does not. He believes that, as he announced, and he remains committed to the ban he called for on the expansion of leasing on federal lands, in part because he wants to move toward a clean energy economy, and he's very committed to that and address climate change, but also because there's 9,000 unused leases that can be tapped into and used, and we certainly have encouraged oil companies to do that to help address, exactly as you said, the need to get more supply in the marketplace.
Does he see this move by the Department of Interior as going against his campaign pledge?
Well, he knows that it was the result of a court injunction, as you heard Secretary Holland say, and so it was her hands were tied in many ways, as they can be by legal requirements. But what they did, which he certainly supported, was take steps to reduce by 80% the areas to lease, and they also imposed stringent environmental safeguards in order to take additional steps, even as the court injunction made them take these steps.
You did not mention Cuba as a state sponsor of terror. Should we read into that?
I did not mean to not mention them. I wanted to cite some examples just to give people a sense of how few there are and what kinds of countries. I wasn't meant to.
You're not lifting.
I'm not announcing new policy. No, I'm not. I'm not announcing new policy. I just wanted to give an indication of what that is and how limited the number of countries are. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is a question that comes from one of my colleagues who's reporting in Ukraine right now. He is wondering, as conditions in Mariupol continue to disintegrate, is the United States considering any creative ways to help the Ukrainians who are under siege? For instance, sending in third country planes or planes from a neutral organization like the Red Cross to get relief in there.
So you mean humanitarian relief?
Yeah.
We are engaged with surrounding countries, with aid organizations, about a range of ways to get aid and assistance in. And obviously, from the start of this, if there was an allowance or an implementation of these humanitarian corridors, it would have helped enable. But we can't talk about a lot of those things from here. But we are going to continue to take steps to provide humanitarian assistance in every way that we can. I would note, you didn't ask this question, but just one other little update. There were 4 planes that arrived of military assistance over the course of the weekend. Another one is supposed to arrive today, if it hasn't already, from the $800 million package the president announced. So just to give you a sense of our efforts to continue to get more assistance in.
And completely unrelated, but today on a background call about climate policy, an administration official said that the White House is in touch with a wide range of members of Congress about a reconciliation package. So are negotiations ongoing for Build Back Better or Building a Better America or whatever you're calling it now? And are you talking about it?
We are talking about it, whatever you call it, a reconciliation package, including getting a historic investment in climate, including lowering the cost of child care, elder care, in healthcare, taking all of these steps that the president has been committed to. These conversations have been ongoing over the course of the last several months.
And is Joe Manchin involved in those conversations? Who are you talking to?
We're talking to everybody across the board. I'm not going to name all the names, but they're all included, Democrats across the board who want to get this done. Go ahead.
Is the U.S. moving any closer to reopening its embassy in Kyiv now that Spain is joining France, Italy, and others in doing so?
Well, certainly that's our objective, is to open it. But what we are evaluating is obviously security considerations and when the State Department is prepared to do that. So when we look at kind of who should go first and how many people and when, but it's all done through the State Department, and they make those initial recommendations about when to return. But that certainly is our objective. Obviously, having a diplomatic presence on the ground is important.
And just one more thing. President Zelensky says the Russians have begun their offensive to take control of eastern Ukraine. What is the administration's assessment of what's happening there now?
Well, I know that my Defense Department colleague just did a briefing, so I'd really point you to the Department of Defense for any kind of on-the-ground updates. Go ahead.
Yesterday on CBS, Senator Coons said that without the West coming more forcefully to Ukraine's aid, he said, quote, "I deeply worry that we will see Ukraine turn into Syria." Does the president share that concern?
That's not words or a phrase the president would use or we would use from the United States. Obviously, what we've seen to date is the Ukrainians bravely fight back against the Russians and win essentially the Battle of Kyiv and continue to fight back against their efforts across the country. We've known and predicted that they would move their ground game to eastern Ukraine, which is exactly what they've done. And we also have known and predicted, and when Jake Sullivan was here just a week or two ago, he also conveyed that that Moscow was likely to launch air and missile strikes across Ukraine to cause military and economic damage. That's what we're seeing in Lviv and other places at this point in time. But what we've seen, I think, is them behave bravely with huge courage, and they have had the success in pushing back against the Russians because of that, but also because of the military assistance provided by the United States. So no, we would not share that assessment.
And on the diplomatic front, is administration any closer to naming an ambassador to Ukraine?
I certainly understand the question. I don't have any update on that at this point from here.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. I want to ask about a story some of my colleagues reported earlier today. Some allies of former President Trump have been pressing for state houses around the country to pass resolutions rescinding electoral college votes for President Biden and to bring lawsuits that seek to prove baseless claims of large-scale voter fraud. Legal experts have called this effort preposterous, but is an organized push among those allies to decertify the last election something this administration is monitoring or concerned about?
Well, I would say that there have been dozens of court cases that have not been won by our predecessor and people who support him in an effort to overturn the outcome of the last election. And our focus is on governing for the American people, delivering for the American people, and less on focusing on what he and his people are up to. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. I wanted to follow up on the question earlier regarding Senator Coons' comments. One of the points he was making was that the U.S. needs to have a conversation about sending U.S. troops to Ukraine. He told Face the Nation yesterday, quote, "The American people cannot turn away from this tragedy in Ukraine. I think the 21st century turns on how fiercely we defend freedom in Ukraine, and that Putin will only stop when we stop him." What's the White House's response to this suggestion from the senator that the U.S. needs to start having a conversation about maybe sending troops to Ukraine? And does the president agree that Putin will stop when we, the U.S., only when we, the U.S., stop him?
Well, what I would say is, one, Senator Coons is a close friend of the president and the administration, and we just respectfully disagree with his proposal. The president continues to, has no plans to send troops to fight a war with Russia. He doesn't think that's in our national security interests, in the interests of the American people. And so what our focus has been on has been obviously providing this historic amount of security assistance, military assistance, weapons to the Ukrainians that has helped them effectively fight this war, and economic assistance as well. This is also strengthening their hand at the negotiating table, even while we are putting in place a historic package of economic sanctions that, as I noted earlier, even the head of the Russian central bank is noting the devastating impact of these sanctions on the Russian economy. So that has been our strategic focus. Of course, we support the Ukrainians in every way possible, but the president is not going to fight a war with Russia. Go ahead.
The president has done or will do a lot of travel in recent days to places where so-called House frontliners are running for re-election. And I wanted to know if you could talk about how much political considerations are weighed or taken into consideration on the White House's side word from the president, and also if what kind of an impact you think, if any, will his discussion and promotion of things like the infrastructure law will have on voters as well.
Well, I'm always careful about what I get into about politics from up here. I've learned my lesson. But what I will say is that the president is proud to go out in the country in blue states, red states, purple states to talk about his agenda, both what he has achieved, including the bipartisan infrastructure law that is rebuilding roads, rails, and bridges, and replacing lead pipes around the country, expanding broadband access across the country in communities, no matter what your political party is. And he's also proud to go out and talk about his economic agenda that he's still fighting to get passed, which includes child care, health care, elder care, and reducing costs. And his view is that for anyone out there, when they're out there, senators or members of Congress who are going to be talking to their communities, that standing up for his agenda and standing up for this agenda that will make the American people's lives better is a winning argument. So I would say I'm not going to overly note the political sway of districts or states, but he's always said he wants to be the president for all people, govern for all people, and that means talking about his agenda in red, blue, and purple states. Go ahead.
Jennifer, going back to coronavirus, some of us recently here and around the country have been taking home tests to diagnose ourselves. And when those come up positive, those aren't always reported to public health, and sometimes they can't be. Sometimes they won't even accept that. Mm-hmm. Do you believe that we have an accurate sense of the spread of the coronavirus right now?
Well, I think what's important to remember is that how CDC continues to track COVID cases that are reported, they do it really through hospitalizations and death. And those numbers around severe disease come directly from hospitals and states. And what we're seeing through those is that we're at the lowest level of hospitalization since the start of the pandemic. I believe we're still at that point in time. So we certainly encourage people to share their test results and contact their doctor because they may be eligible for Paxlovid or any other therapeutics. But beyond that, as I think I would note, when we put out the president's 100-page plan, we noted that our focus was really on hospitalizations, deaths, and severe cases, even as we're encouraging people to report testing for contact tracing and other purposes when they test positive.
On Title 42, there is a bipartisan group of senators, including Sinema, Manchin, some who are at risk, including Senator Kelly, who are proposing the idea of letting the Surgeon General certify when the public health emergency has ended. Is that something the president would consider, and then why or why not?
Well, Congress gave the CDC the authority, so
there could be a change in that, and I'm wondering if you're open to that idea.
Well, I don't have any prediction of that at this point. The CDC is the public health authority for the country, so I don't have any more predictions for that. Go ahead.
Japanese Prime Minister Kishida just announced Japan taking in a group of refugees, which is really a big deal for Japan. And the Foreign Minister Hayashi flew back a group of refugees from Poland to Japan. Is the administration aware of that? And then also with the trip to Japan next month, any update on whether an interview with the president is in offing?
It's an interview pitch. Okay. I said, an interview with whom? I like your style. We certainly welcome and applaud the actions of Japan, the Japanese leadership, and are grateful to their steps in taking in refugees and their humanitarian support through this conflict. And they're an important partner, as you know, and have been a part of important meetings on the conflict in Ukraine in recent months, including on the president's last trip to Europe. I will certainly take under advisement your request. Go ahead, Eugene.
Thanks, Jen. There have been kind of growing rumblings among economists about the R-word recession, that coming possibly.
The R-word.
The R-word.
I was like, where are we going with this? Yes.
And I guess I'm just curious how the administration is viewing the possibility of that and what kind of conversations are happening right now about a possible recession.
Well, we continue to believe, our economists most importantly, that the United States economy will deal with challenges ahead from a position of strength because of the president's economic plan. It's important to remember we created more jobs last year than any other year in history. We obviously have a very low unemployment rate in the country, and we've seen wages go up in a number of areas. I would note that there was a Goldman Sachs, we may be referring to this, the Goldman Sachs analysis, and even in their analysis, they said, quote, "We still do not see a recession as inevitable. However, particularly since the Fed's goal of cooling the economy while avoiding a recession will be helped by post-COVID normalizations in labor supply and durable goods prices." So our view is we're in a period of historic job growth, strong business investment, strong consumer and business balance sheets, and normalizing supply chains. Those are all good signs for the economy, but obviously we'll continue to monitor any concerns we have about where things are headed.
And if inflation continues to rise, what are the concerns about that? It feels like that would make it a lot.
Well, the Federal Reserve continues to project that it will moderate by the end of the year, and we support their steps they've announced to recalibrate, and we've already seen some of those actions taken, but really it's under their purview, so we would point to their projections. Go ahead.
So just a follow-up on Title 42. The issue that Democratic senators have brought up is that there isn't a detailed plan, they think, to deal with the expected rise in migrants at the border. So does the White House feel confident that the administration has the necessary resources and operational plan in place to process and house and transport migrants?
Well, I would point you to the fact that the Department of Homeland Security put out a plan that they briefed members on when we announced the timeline or the implementation period, an extended period that wasn't immediate at the time, that includes surging resources and making sure we had the type of resources available to meet any needs. So they did put out a a preparedness plan at the time, but we're going to have continuing conversations, and we certainly welcome any engagement to do that. Our issue is more the hooking it with COVID funding because of the devastating impact that would have on communities across the country.
Just another question on a Times op-ed that Senator Warren wrote today, saying that Democrats need to deliver on more of their agenda in order to keep the majorities in Congress. Do you agree with that premise? And at this point, I know you named a few of the legislative priorities already in the briefing, but are there top 3 priorities that the White House feels they can actually get done before the midterms?
We love all of our children in the legislature around here. What I will say is that, we've talked a bit about steps to lower costs, which I know Senator Warren, of course, strongly supports as well, for childcare, for health care, for elder care, for prescription drugs. These are no-brainers for most people in the country, and also making the tax system more fair. We think those are all issues that Democrats, but also a lot of people around the country would love for us to do more on and love to talk about more. We, of course, as I've stated a couple times in this briefing, want to get COVID funding because we think it's essential so that we can continue a lot of the programs that have had such a huge impact on people's lives, including for the uninsured, including in making sure we have boosters, for 4th boosters for every American who wants them whenever people are eligible, including being able to buy enough Evusheld and treatments for the immunocompromised. That's hugely important to us. And then, of course, we want to get the Innovation Act passed because we believe that that's something that should have bipartisan support, and we want to make sure we have manufacturing here in the United States, something that can make us stronger over the long term. There are many other things, but I would say those are a couple of the things that we will continue to fight to move forward on.
Yeah. With the premise that the administration and Democrats in Congress need to get more done in order to have a shot at the majority.
I would say I'm not going to make political predictions from here. What I will say, though, is that everybody looks at a choice and what each party is fighting for, is advocating for, has gotten accomplished, but also what their vision is for the future, and we're proud of our vision.
Thanks, Jen. To go back to the virtual COVID summit, you just mentioned again the need for Congress to approve COVID funding. Does the White House see that date, May 12th, for the summit as a deadline for Congress to get that funding approved?
We don't, but we just see it as a reminder of how important it is that to continue to take steps to be the provider, the arsenal of vaccines to the world, something we have already done since the last summit. While the world has made significant progress in scaling up vaccination efforts, and COVAX has now provided almost 1.2 billion vaccines to more to more than 140 countries, with 88% of those contributions going to low and middle income countries. We're not at the global vaccination rate that we need to be, or that health experts project we want to be at, right? It's a 70% vaccination target. That's the global target set by the World Health Organization. And while vaccination rates are rising, only approximately 20% of countries are fully vaccinated at least 70% of their population. But this is an opportunity. Obviously, we're going to continue to fight for more funding here, but we will to continue to press other countries to do more to help the world make progress as well.
And along those lines, we've heard USAID Chief Samantha Power say earlier this month that if there isn't that global COVID funding, if Congress puts something together without it, that the U.S. would have to turn its back on the countries that need urgent help to boost vaccination rates. Will it be difficult for the U.S. to take a lead at a summit like that if that funding has not come through?
Well, we are far and away the leader in the world. That will not change between now and the summit, regardless of funding. However, we want to continue to be providing not just vaccine doses, but also the know-how and equipment and supplies that countries around the world need.
Jen, more mass shootings this past weekend, more mass shootings, 2 teenage boys dead, dozens injured. What does the president believe is causing such a callous disregard for human life in this country?
Well, let me first say, and thank you for the question, these shootings are horrific and must stop. Our prayers are with the survivors, those who are lost, and their families. I can't attribute, obviously this just happened over the weekend, the reasoning. But what I can tell you is that it's a reminder of the need to take more steps to stop gun crime, something the president has strongly supported and advocated for for decades in public office, cracking down on gun traffickers, putting more cops on the beat, investing in community anti-crime programs, and of course also confirming a very qualified individual, Steve Dettelbach, to lead the ATF.
But aside from laws, what does the president have in mind, if anything, a plan to improve, to get people to respect life more, to respect other human beings? Laws aside, you can't legislate morality and values, right, in human life. Does he ever talk about that openly to you or anyone else?
I think every time that you've seen the president talk about shootings, the impact on families, on human beings, on loved ones, on communities, he talks about that human impact. But it also is true that in order to reduce and change the direction of crime and gun crime, which is the majority of crime, we need to have more laws in place. Go ahead.
Thank you. Texas Governor Abbott said that, quote, financial pain was necessary to get officials to take action on illegal immigration. Is there any sense that those border inspections did cause financial pain, that there was any disruption to the supply chain or anything like that you all are tracking?
Well, I don't have an extended summary analysis. What I do know is that you don't have to look farther than the comments made by business leaders, trade organizations of all political stripes and parties, and their opposition to the unnecessary additional steps that the governor was implementing. And there's $1 million in trade crossing over the U.S.-Mexico border every minute. So there's no question that putting these unnecessary inspections in place, which resulted at the time in the drop in commercial traffic of up to 60 to 70% in some ports, was having a huge impact on the local community, on businesses, and that's why so many people were so outspoken about it.
And just quickly, do you have an update on the plan for Ukrainian refugees? Will it be a parole program like you have for Afghans or any of these?
Yeah, I certainly understand the question. I don't have any update in this moment. That's exactly the type of program, but there are a lot of considerations, so hopefully we'll have more soon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Does President Biden have confidence in Senator Dianne Feinstein? Confidence in Senator Dianne Feinstein?
Yes, she's a longtime friend, a proud public servant, and someone he has long enjoyed serving with and working with.
And after that report came out last week questioning your health, did the president reach out to her at all?
I don't have any updates on private conversations.
Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon. Before we get started here, I want to take a moment for all of us to remember why we're here today. A young man lost his life. Our hearts continue to go out to Tyree Sampson's family, who are suffering this unimaginable loss. And I hope that everyone discussing or reporting on this investigation does so in a manner that will not cause the family any additional grief during this most difficult time. When we were last here discussing the department's investigation, we made it clear we were conducting a thorough investigation before jumping to any conclusions, as anything less would be unfair to the family. We also reiterated our commitment to conducting the investigation in a transparent manner. That is why we are here today. As you all know, at our previous press conference, we announced the department had hired a forensic engineer to assist with this investigation. Today, we are announcing that the Quest Engineering and Failure Analysis has finalized its field investigation report, which our department is making available via the online portal where we have been sharing other pertinent records relating to this incident and investigation. This report answers the question of what mechanically took place as our investigation now enters into the next phase of how and why it occurred as we look towards potential penalties along with any changes of rules and regulations needed to help prevent future tragedies. This report confirmed our department's findings that the operator of the Orlando Drop Tower made manual adjustments to the ride, resulting in it being unsafe. The report confirms that manual adjustments had been made to the sensor for the seat in question that allowed the harness to restrained opening to be almost double that of the normal restraint opening range. These misadjustments allowed the safety lights to illuminate, improperly satisfying the ride's electronic safety mechanisms that allowed the ride to operate, even though Mr. Sampson was not properly secured in the seat. As noted in the report, there are many other potential contributing factors that may have played a role in the incident, and that is what our department is continuing to investigate. Given these outstanding concerns, the drop tower will remain closed indefinitely. While the initial phase of our investigation is complete, we are far from done, uncovering all of the facts and factors at play that are needed to inform of the next steps. Know that as soon as the full investigation is complete, we will immediately make changes to our rules if needed under our existing authorities, as well as pursue statutory changes with our legislative partners if necessary to help prevent future tragedies, which is why I'm so thankful once again to be here today with Representative Thompson. Now, I know you all have a lot of questions, as do we, which is why our work continues and why we will not be speaking to any hypotheticals or commenting any further until the investigation is complete. So as to do so would again be unfair to the family. We encourage those seeking further records or updates to continue to check the online folder where the Quest report can now be found for your review, as we're letting this report speak for itself and will not be taking any further questions on this report. The report is going to be in the online portal, so you all have opportunities to see the report. And as you all know, we will be back as soon as we get more information. We're going to make sure that we are transparent, we are accountable, and that we are taking this obviously very seriously. I had an opportunity to talk to the parents this morning. I made sure that they knew about what was happening at this press conference. So they were the first ones to know about the report, and now it should be in the Dropbox for you all to take. So thank you for your time today. We're not taking any questions today because we don't, outside of the report, we don't know anything else besides what's in the report.
Is that included in the report? Thank you so much.
You'll see the report. Okay. Thank you.
And as a legislator, I have reviewed our statute, and we know that the department is responsible for inspecting any amusement ride before a permit is issued. And what I want to do is to strengthen the requirement that if there is any adjustment, that would trigger another inspection and up to revocation of the license to operate the rides. Those are within the powers of the department. We know that the statute requires training, it requires insurance, It requires an annual inspection, so this is not a one-time kind of situation. And these adjustments were made that led to the unfortunate incident and the death of Tyrese Sampson. So I'll be working on the Tyrese Sampson bill and trying to figure out, as the commissioner has said, there are a lot of unanswered questions, but trying to figure out at what point those adjustments were made, who authorized them, were they reported to the department, as I said, to trigger another inspection. All of these questions have to be answered. I know that prior to the permit, prior to the inspection, the operator has to provide to the department the guidelines from the manufacturer. And if the manufacturer's guidelines stipulated a certain weight, the department would have known that before the permits were issued. So those are some of the kinds of things we want to look at in terms of Florida law to prevent this kind of accident from happening and the loss of life to another person. But thank you all for being here this afternoon.
Can this be say whether these adjustments were made were outside of the manufacturer's guideline? I'm sorry for putting this on you, but we haven't had a chance to look at this report yet.
The manufacturer indicated that the maximum weight was 250 pounds, and Tyrese Sampson weighed in excess of 300 pounds. So yes, this was outside of the manufacturer's guidelines. So whether it's due to training, lack of signage as the rider approached the ride, to be informed that if you're over this weight, you should not get on this ride. And so we want to answer all of those kind of questions, but we do know that the manufacturer's guidelines are provided to the department before the inspection and before a permit is issued.
What was your initial reaction when you heard what the commissioner just told us about this adjustment being made, that essentially it was the operator that did it, and basically this could have been prevented from how it sounds?
Well, I was very disturbed that those kind of adjustments would be made after inspection and after the permit is issued. And that's why I'm going to look at the law to say, we know, for example, if a ride is disassembled and it's moved, then that triggers another inspection. However, if this is a permanent ride and any kind of adjustment is made, that should be reported to the department, and that also would lead then to another inspection.
So the weights were adjusted after the permit was issued? Is that what your understanding of the situation?
That's what we're trying to determine. I don't believe that the department would issue a permit if these adjustments were made before the inspection and they realized that it did not conform with the manufacturer's guidelines. So, and again, we don't want to rush to judgment to make any kind of assumptions or conclusions. We want to make sure that, first of all, the manufacturer has an opportunity to provide evidence, and the operator has an opportunity to provide evidence. And I'm sure that those people will be subpoenaed and allowed an opportunity to provide input.
Representative, how is Tyrese Sampson's family reacting? You're working on this bill, the Tyrese Sampson bill alone. How is his family reacting to this news?
Well, as you might imagine, the family is in shock. You send your 14-year-old son away for spring break, and he does not return alive. So they're in shock, and I'm dealing primarily with their attorney, Ben Crump. I don't want to intrude on the family at this particular time. However, they are very concerned that this occurred and primarily want to make sure that it doesn't happen to another child.
To your understanding, was it just one seat that was adjusted or every seat on this ride?
My understanding, it was seat 1 and seat 2 only that were adjusted, and presumably to allow for larger riders, which should not have happened based on the manufacturer's guidelines.
So you're under the impression this was a common practice, like it didn't just happen this night, it had happened on other nights with other riders?
My understanding is that the adjustments were made to seat 1 and seat 2, and therefore, if you had a larger person, they were assigned to seats 1 and seat 2.
Would you like to see this ride shut down permanently?
I believe that we really need to look at all of that, and there is a process for revocation of the permit. And if the permit is revoked, then it's going to be a 2-year period before the owner can apply for another permit. That's what we would like to see. But we want to be thorough, and as the commissioner said, to be transparent, to keep you all informed as this proceeds. But the investigation is not over. We have the engineer's report from Quest Engineering, but we don't have, in terms of the subpoenas that have been issued for the manufacturer, the operator, all of that, we don't yet have all of that information.
Representative Thompson, we received reports of operation manuals from FDAX for the sister rides owned by the same company next door, the two closest in proximity to the drop tower ride. And according to the manual, certain signage should be posted at
Yes.
the entrance of the ride, right? Now, in our investigation, we found that there was some signage posted, but there was also not signage that was supposed to be posted per the manual. Do you know if those rides are also under investigation by FDAX?
I think we have a representative from FDAX who is here.
We can follow up with you on that.
Okay.
Can we answer that question today, though, since we're all here? I'm not sure where we're going. Mr. Kimsey? We did an investigation looking at manuals that FDAX was in possession of. They were provided by the ride manufacturer as a result of the permitting process. We checked the two closest rides that were owned by the same company, so sister rides, if you will. According to state law and state rule, as we all know, if the manufacturer suggests that requirements be posted at the entrance of the ride, then it should be posted. Now, in the manuals, there were requirements. When we looked on site, some of those things were posted, but others were not. Can you tell me if those sister rides are also under investigation by FDAX, knowing that some of the signage might not meet the requirements as provided by state rule and state law?
I'd have to check with my team to see if there's a current investigation going on in my division, and I can get that information back to you.
Do you guys investigate instances based on complaints or tips, or can you tell me a little bit about that process?
Yes, any complaint that's given to the department is fully investigated.
Have you guys spoken to any of the employees that were running that ride that night? If they followed the rules, if they noticed he may have been over the weight limit, is there a step they could have taken?
That's part of our investigation. We're not going to comment on.
Are you able to say who manipulated the seat, who adjusted it? Like, do we know, was it a ride operator, a technician?
Yeah, we're not going to get into the speculation part of it.
Everyone should just look at the report that's in the Dropbox now, and if you have questions after reviewing the report, you can send them to our comms inbox, and we'll do our best to answer everything.
Would it be possible to keep y'all around for about 10 minutes so we can look through this?
I think it would be best if you followed up via email.
Do you think this would be the gateway in ensuring that all rides have weight limits and that they're actually adhered to?
I think that this is an opportunity for all amusement ride operators to look at their practices and their procedures, and I am reaching out to bring all of those individuals together because all of us have a stake in this. And if the signage was not there, we've got to bring uniformity. We've got to make sure that all ride operators follow the law and follow the rules. So this does open the door for now closer scrutiny of all amusement rides, whether we're talking about bungee jumping or helicopter rides or whatever it might be.
Representative Thompson, going off of that last portion, when you talk about more oversight, more regulation for these rides, I know despite the obvious, why now for this push, this call for those changes?
Unfortunately, it sometimes takes something like this to be the wake-up call, to say you can't just allow people to operate without oversight. And so this is the tipping point that now requires us to come back to the table to say we need to strengthen these laws and to give the department more responsibility and more authority in terms of oversight. the operators also pay into a fund, and so this is another time when we want to look at that and make sure that it's adequate to do the inspections that are needed.
Representative, can you tell us now, based on the investigation, what kind of legislative changes you might propose in the Tyree Sampson bill?
Well, until we get the information back based on the subpoenas that have been issued, it would be difficult to say, but I do know that I will be looking at the portion of the bill related to training. I will certainly be looking at the bill, the portion that pertains to signage, inspections. Anytime you make an adjustment after an inspection and after a permit, that has to be reported to the department.
Okay, last question.
Any time frame
Do
when
you
this
know
rubber stamp will be there?
who adjusted the seat?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Is it in the report who made the adjustments?
Slingshot arms and other rights. It's gonna be an oversight and other rights owned by a slingshot group.
Are you referring to the department?
Yeah, regarding the investigation, I know Slingshot owns another rights in the Florida. You're gonna look over these rights also?
The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services has the responsibility now to oversee amusement rides. And I believe some of these rules and regulations need to be tightened up for all amusement ride owners and operators.
Representative
thank you,
Thompson, knowing that
everyone.
there were
Last
some adjustments made to this ride, are you fearful that this company has done this to other rides that people are still currently riding on because they're still open?
I am concerned with any operator that makes adjustments after an inspection and after a permit is issued. That should have been reported to the department, and it should have meant then that there is a re-inspection and before the owner operator is allowed to actually operate the ride, there needs to be greater scrutiny.
Okay, again, we have the report in Dropbox for review. We're gonna let the report speak for itself, and we will not be taking any more questions about the report here today.
But as
Thank
far
you
as
so
the next
much.
steps, when will it all be done, the how and why?
We are working on that now. Again, we wanted to provide this just to be totally transparent. This is still an ongoing investigation. These are our preliminary results, and it will be ongoing. We'll be in communication with you all when we have more information.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to follow up on an investigation coming out of Florida. Today, officials announcing the results of a forensic investigation into what caused 14-year-old Tyree Sampson to fall to his death at the Orlando Freefall Drop Tower ride at Icon Park.
back in March. We're now hearing that manual adjustments to the ride resulted in it being, quote, unsafe. So who's going to be held liable for all of this? We want to bring in David DiPietro. David, thanks for being with us. We've talked about this investigation before, and this is the latest development. What does this mean?
It means that there was definitely negligence in this with regard to how the ride was operated. It looks like the technician went over the weight and height limit issue for the actual ride, adjusted the ride. So the passenger that's deceased was a child, but he was over the weight and over the height for this actual ride, and it should not have been on this ride. So really a high level of negligence, maybe even culpable negligence, to allow this to occur. This is almost even reckless behavior, knowing what you know, and then knowing that there's restrictions, and it puts somebody on this ride that doesn't meet the qualifications, and them being killed is real serious business.
So you're saying this could be a criminal offense?
It could be. It's like driving on the highway 125 miles an hour. It's beyond just driving 80 miles an hour and hurting or killing somebody. It's really goes to a higher level because if the carnival operator knew, or the ride operator knew that there was a height and weight requirement and just decided to go around it for whatever reason, it could be reckless behavior.
Well, I want to dive deeper into the details of the investigation today. I want to read off a portion of a quote that was made. The report confirms that manual adjustments have been made to the sensor for the seat in question that allowed the harness to restraints opening to be almost double that of the normal restraints opening range, going on to say these misadjustments allowed the safety lights to illuminate improperly, satisfying the ride's electronic safety mechanisms that allowed the ride to operate even though Mr. Sampson was not properly secured in the seat. We have gotten some video and pictures of Sampson ahead of when, of course, he tragically fell to his death. And there's a lot of questions as to how he was even allowed to go on. And that's what you're touching on, the height and weight requirements. He does not fall under them. But still, there was a misadjustment that happened as well right before the ride.
It seems that the machine has a safety mechanism to make sure everybody's latched in order to, and it's designed around a height and weight so that a person, once they fall within that height and weight parameter, the machine will lock, the safety mechanisms will lock down. It seems that it was adjusted so that this victim, if you can call him that, because he is, was put in there, and the sensors were adjusted. He did not fit. So they went around the safety mechanism of this machine, and that's more likely than not what caused this failure, and for the machine to let loose and the ride to sling him forward to his death.
So who could this potentially fall on? I mean, who's at fault? Is it the person who misadjusted right before he went up in the ride? Is it the park itself? What are you predicting?
It goes all the way from the manufacturer of the ride, whether the machine has design issues, down to the owner of the ride, down to the operator. The owner of the actual amusement park is probably the person that's going to be the most culpable. Probably carries an insurance policy for these type of events, which will more likely pay out to the estate of the deceased and the families and the beneficiaries of the deceased. So I don't see the carnival operator paying any money. It's really the employer and whoever manages that ride. And there might be potential for the manufacturer, if there was a design issue, to allow this sensor to be manipulated. If that might be an issue that needs to be looked into, whether that created a unsafe product in the market and caused injury.
Right. I mean, obviously you don't foresee anything like this happening, but you mentioned the fact that insurance will probably cover a lot of this. You know, what does that look like for amusement parks like this? They have a lot. They have to cover a lot.
Right. I mean, so it depends on how much insurance they have. You know, unfortunately, once you try to go beyond the insurance policies, many of these amusement parks have multiple entities. So in order to sue the parent company is very difficult. So these corporations don't make it easy to crawl all the way up to the top and get where the money ultimately ends for purposes of the profit structure of a company. So there will be some hurdles, but if there's sufficient insurance, this is a case that insurance would look at it, evaluate it, and pay out probably of the full policy, whatever they're insuring, because this is tragic accident, really, there's not in dispute that there was negligence.
Right. Well, this happened in March. Parks still closed down. In your experience of covering cases and whatnot, what does this do for the reputation of this park? Do you think it is permanently closed, indefinitely closed?
I think this is probably a tragic end to this park. I mean, the ride is over, right? Who in their right mind would go on the ride, but who would go in the park knowing that there's significant safety issues that you could die? This could be a reputation killer that doesn't seem to be able to, the park be able to get around and surviving under this scenario.
Well, there's been a lot of updates and developments in the case. What's next in the investigation? Is there enough evidence on the table here to move forward with litigation?
Well, it looks like the Department of Agriculture did an investigation, and that's the report that you were just citing. It looks like they could revoke the license of the park for doing this, or fine them, or go after them administratively. I'm sure that the family of the deceased have already hired counsel, and they're going to open an estate for the deceased and file wrongful death claim is more likely what's going to happen. Or they might not even need to file one. This might be one that's negotiated and handled outside the courts because it's so patently obvious as to what happened.
Yeah. I mean, would it be smart to just settle on this if you are the park?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Insurance is for cases like this. Tragic things happen, and insurance companies need to do the right thing on cases like this and settle quickly, because that's the whole point of having insurance for tragic accidents like that. And I see that happening in this case.
All right. Any last thoughts on this moving forward?
The state probably needs to look into why this happened, because we're an amusement park state here in Florida, and make sure that this sort of thing doesn't happen anywhere. And, all these carnivals that schools have throughout the year, they need to make sure that statewide and even nationwide, this sort of thing doesn't happen, and that appropriate safety measures are taken into consideration.
All right. David DiPietro, thank you so much for being with us here on the show. And we'll talk to you soon when we get the next update here.
Thank you.
Enjoy some of that fantastic Florida springtime weather. Astronauts making their way to the microphone.
Hey, well, good afternoon, and I want to thank everyone for joining us today at America's Spaceport. You know, we really have some pretty exciting days here at the Kennedy Space Center, but today is even more exciting than normal because we know when we see this aircraft here, we know we're getting really close to launch day. So joining us here today to welcome the Crew 4 is somebody who knows the Kennedy Space Center well. For more than 7 years, she led the commercial crew program, launching American astronauts from American soil for the first time. And now, after 5 decades, she's going to be leading the agency as we take humans outside of low Earth orbit and explore even further. So please help me in welcoming Kathy Leaders.
Well, you didn't hear me telling them we're really excited to get you up there and get working. So we've got Joel and his team have a whole bunch of experiments ready for you guys to get done when you get up there. Like we talked at the Flight Readiness Review on Friday, though, we're going to do it carefully. And this is one big step, like Janet said, a very, very exciting step to see you here at KSC because it means we're getting ready to fly. So we're going to continue to step through it. I get lucky enough to be able to go see the vehicle tonight. So the vehicle is getting ready right now over in the hangar. And that'll be another good step. And then we all need to be praying for good weather for Axiom 1 return and good weather for Crew 4 launch. So I'm expecting everybody out there, and most in particularly you, to be like, we're going to be starting to pray to the weather gods out there and get us ready to go. But super excited to see you here. Very proud of the team that got you here, and very proud of you and expecting big things. Thank you. And I forgot Barbara Nucera, who is our ESA representative. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank our NASA and SpaceX partners and all the people that have been working around the clock to make us get to this point where we are ready to launch Crew 4. This mission has a special significance for us because it marks the 3rd consecutive launch of ESA astronauts on board the SpaceX Dragon, and it enables the continuous presence of Europeans on board the space station since last spring. In a few days following the launch, Matthias Maurer will take the torch that he received from Thomas Pesquet, and he will pass it to Samantha, and she will continue the work that the previous crew started, and together with her crewmates, will continue our space science program, which is very important to all of us because we need to learn and expand our knowledge about space environment. But this particular flight is so special because for the first time in years since the shuttle was flying, we have 2 ESA crew meeting in space and handover. But while we are here today, it seems important to remind that we are facing fascinating times with changes, a new increased cadence of flights, and new destinations in front of us. Probably all of you saw the SLS rocket standing tall on the pad, getting ready for its flight. It carries the Orion capsule, but with it carries also the European Service Module, which is one of the building blocks of our space program, together with European-provided elements for Gateway and Mars Sample Return. So we are very proud of this partnership, of the trust that we are able to build with one another since years. And the European Space Agency is looking forward to continue this collaboration with NASA, with the international partners, with the commercial partners. And we are ready to take a lead, a key position, and maintain our role as a prime partner for human space flight, not only in LEO, but also in beyond LEO towards Moon and Mars. But in order to do that, we have to leverage on the competencies and the relationship that we are developing today on ISS, and also bring that forward to the Moon. But as Katie said a few times, one step at a time, and so now today we are here to say thank you to this amazing crew. And we are looking forward to a successful launch this weekend, seeing you flying in space on the ISS, and maybe one day to the moon, because we know that together we can reach new heights and do it sustainably. So thank you very much, and go Crew 4.
Thank you very much, Barbara. And now let's hear from our crew, and we'll start with the commander, Kjell Lindgren.
Thank you so much for the kind introductions, and boy, we are so excited to be here. Excited to be here with this crew, with this team, the flight crew and the team here at Kennedy Space Center, team all over the country with our international and commercial partners. Just so excited to be here. And what an amazing time to be a part of human spaceflight. As we were coming in for the landing, we had the opportunity to fly and take a look at the pad, and right next to our pad, the SLS rocket is sitting there. Our moon rocket is sitting there in preparation for its launch coming up here in the next couple of months. We just welcomed home Mark Vande Hei from a record-setting space station expedition. We're looking forward to getting the Axiom crew, a private astronaut crew, home, Crew 3, and we have a Boeing launch with OFT-2 coming up. So absolutely amazing to be in that mix and looking forward to our own launch. We've been training for many, many months, and we're seeing all those boxes getting checked off. And it's very exciting now to have this box checked off. We're here at Kennedy Space Center looking forward to our launch here in the very near future. So very grateful for this opportunity, grateful for the introduction, and we are ready to get to work. And to that end, let me introduce the rest of the crew. We've got Bob Farmer Hines, the pilot for Freedom. Got Jessica Waddy Watkins, one of the mission specialists for Freedom. And then I was Samantha's backup when we were on our previous flights, and so I'm just delighted to be on a crew with her. Samantha Cristoforetti from European Space Agency, one of the other mission specialists on Freedom. And I'll let Farmer say a few words.
Hey, thanks, Kjell, and thanks everybody for having us. Thanks for the wonderful welcome. Just like Kjell said, it is so exciting to be here. Kennedy Space Center obviously is the home of our space program in the sense of, all our launches, human launches have been coming out of here, and the history in this place is just amazing. My personal journey and associations with KSC go back to my Air Force days, doing tests around here. We would ask to do low approaches, or we'd love to do touch and goes on the shuttle landing facility, and they wouldn't let us get any closer than 500 feet. So to actually get out here and land on it and be delivered to KSC for our launch is really, truly special. My previous job, I was also a research pilot at NASA, and I got to work with all these fine folks out here, the maintainers and the air crew that delivered us. So it is truly an honor to have these guys deliver me here for my first space flight. And it's just an amazing thing to come full circle here, and really appreciate all the efforts that they bring to it, the KSC and all the people that across all the teams that really make this possible. So we're really excited to go fly. We're really excited to be here. This is kind of our last step before we no kidding leave the planet. So we're really happy to be here. Thank you.
Hello. As Farmer and Kjell have both mentioned, we're all super excited to be here, to be at KSC, and to really start off this journey that we're so excited to embark on. We're also, along with being excited, we're also just super grateful. We get to be the representatives, the kind of tip of the spear, if you will, of a just enormous team of people that we get to interact with and represent to the best of our abilities. And so we just want to thank everybody that has helped us arrive at this moment. Farmer already mentioned the air crew that literally flew us in here. We have the whole training team back at Johnson Space Center, as well as the SpaceX team that has been training us out in Hawthorne, getting us ready and prepared to do the job that we are going to do when we get up there. We are super grateful for our international partners, particularly the European Space Agency that has loaned us Samantha for a few months. We're super excited to have her on board, and we're just super grateful to the entire team, and it's been a privilege and an honor to watch the team come together to accomplish these difficult things, and to just to be able to embark on such an amazing mission. So thank you so much to everybody that's allowed us to get here. We're excited.
Hey, hello. Thanks for being here, for the opportunity to say a few remarks. I mean, this is getting real. It's 5 days to launch. We're going to space very soon, and it's very emotional for me that this final stretch to the launch pad has started with the landing here on this runway. For those guys, it's kind of normal. They do it all the time. But for me, I was like, as we were coming in, I'm like, I'm landing on the Space Shuttle landing facility, which for a girl like me who grew up in the 80s, I was a child in the 80s watching, you know, Space Shuttle, the initial Space Shuttle flights, those men and women going to space on a regular basis. That's what got me excited about space. So that was very special for me. I'd like to join my fantastic crewmates in expressing my deep sentiment of gratitude for all the NASA and SpaceX teams that have brought us to this point. But really, especially, I would also like to express my thanks to ESA, to my colleagues, to the teams at the European Space Agency for the opportunity of flying on this mission. And a big word of thank you also to my country, Italy. I'm an ESA astronaut of the Italian nationality, and if I have this opportunity of flying to space in a few days, it's also thanks to the long-standing commitment of Italy to ESA and to the partnership with NASA. As it was mentioned today, not only through the missions to the ISS, but in the not-so-distant future, also with missions beyond low Earth orbit, we got this opportunity of watching SLS on the launch pad with Orion and the European service module standing on top of it. Really, really exciting to get to ISS and get down to work with this fantastic crew and the 3 cosmonauts who will be part of our expedition, who are our dear colleagues and friends who are waiting for us up there already. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we are going to get started with some Q&A for the crew, so we will pass it to the microphone for our first question. Thank you.
Well, welcome to the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Jim Siegel from NASA Tech. I'm curious about what any personal and noteworthy items you may be planning to take up to the ISS with you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Obviously, space and weight are severely limited. So there are tiny little knickknacks, little mementos. Obviously, pictures of family are really, I think, popular for all of us. You know, not only are we going to this incredible place called space, but we're also leaving our families behind. And so just like my military deployments, that was a very precious thing that I would take along with me, are photos of my family. And then I also have a small little stuffed animal that is one of my daughter's you know, cherished little things that turns out to also be a turtle, which is my astronaut, mine and Jessica's astronaut class name. So we have a small little turtle that'll be coming along with us as well. So, but other than that, just, you know, photos are probably the big one. Photos that, you know, are of people that are important to us that we'll be able to put up in our crew quarters.
Fans community might remember that on my first space flight, I had a replica of a uniform from a TV show called Star Trek Voyager. So I will just say that I may or may not have a replica of a costume from another science fiction show.
We didn't know about this. All right, folks, we'll take our next question.
Hi, Richard Trubu with the Orlando Sentinel. Thanks for taking my question. This is for Jessica. And you had mentioned that you were representative tip of the spear for this crew, and you have a job to do, but you're also a woman and a black woman. And I would like to know what that means to you for now, for what it means for NASA and space for the future, but also, did you have any challenges from childhood growing up, or what was your inspiration and challenges to get to this point? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. You know, I think for me, I am just really honored to be a part of the long legacy of black astronauts and black women astronauts who came before me. And I am grateful for the opportunity to be a small part in that towards an exciting future as well. I think we see such an exciting future of NASA as we talk about all of the different programs that we have in line, thinking about SLS being on the launch pad. It's just super exciting to think about that future. And certainly for me, growing up, having mentors and heroes of mine that were contributing in ways that I aspire to contribute, and in roles that I aspired to participate in, that was certainly meaningful to me. And so in so much as I am able to return the favor, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
Hey, I'm Emily Speck with Fox Weather. My question has two parts. So for our veteran space explorers, what are you looking forward to experiencing here on Earth in your final days before launch? You know, some gravity-related moments. And then for our first-time space flyers, what are you most excited about once you get in orbit? Thank you.
I'll leave that one to you. So having had the opportunity to fly before, you know, I feel like getting to fly to space is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and to get to do it again is surreal and such a privilege, and very grateful for this opportunity. I have a sense that I know a little bit what to expect during the launch, but for me, getting to launch from here, from Kennedy Space Center, from a historic launch pad with an incredible legacy of exploration, is very, very meaningful for me. Much like Samantha described, you know, I'm a huge fan of science fiction. I think my passion for spaceflight came from reading and watching science fiction movies, but it was really watching the space shuttle launch on April 12th in '81. Watching that, the teacher brought that television into our classroom, and getting to watch that launch really inspired me with that this is something that you could actually do. So getting to be here in that pre-flight, getting to launch from here, and taking advantage of the beach. As you all are aware, we have some opportunity to spend time with our families, and we have the ability to do that on the beach. So getting to be on the beach and spend time with my family in the days leading up to launch is a very, very special thing.
matters that depend on gravity. I would count a shower among those. So just like I did last time, I plan to take a very long, luxurious shower on that last day before launch.
Hi, Chris Gebhardt from NASA Space Flight. Specifically for Samantha, I'm curious: are there any scientific experiments that are carrying over from the previous 2 European expeditions that have been ongoing for the last year that you'll be taking over? And then for you and for Jessica, what are the experiments you're looking forward to performing the most while you're up there? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Definitely, I would say probably the bulk of the scientific program will be a continuation of what is being going on. As I'm sure you're aware, science, especially when we talk about science that is like human physiology, so you're actually studying the human subject, you need a number of years to conclude those experiments because you need a certain number of subjects. So, for example, I am continuing an experiment that's called Nutris, which is about how certain ways of monitoring and maybe also intervening in the nutrition of astronauts on board can help in maintaining a healthy body mass and body fat versus muscle. I'm also continuing an experiment which is called acoustic diagnostics, which is more about the influence on the earring function, but that is also acquiring more and more a component that looks at the intracranial pressure, which is something that we have been looking at with a number of experiments over the years. So yeah, and of course many, many more. I don't think we have time to go into much more detail, so I will leave the floor to Wadi.
Yeah, I think Samantha gave a pretty good summary of some of the really interesting, exciting science that we're going to be doing on board. And I'll just add that for myself, as a geologist, that's my background, I'm super excited about the opportunity to just observe the Earth and kind of use the unique vantage point, the unique perspective that we can get from the ISS to be able to observe geologic features and processes from a different vantage point than we're able to using our other assets. So that's just something that's personally really exciting for me.
Wadi has no idea how annoying we're going to be. I think she's heard it many times now, but like honestly, during my last flight, it's so amazing to look out of the cupola, to look at the ground, to see the Earth, and constantly be wondering, like, how did that happen, and how did this happen? And so now we have our own crew geologists that we're going to be calling to the window constantly. I know she says that she's going to be happy to do it, but I think we're going to test her patience.
Good afternoon, Scott Heidler with WESH 2, and I guess this is best for pilot Bob Hines. Obviously, we've been talking about why and how this is such an exciting day, but I think overlaid on top of that is the fact that you're going to have a new capsule, aren't you? That's got to be pretty exciting, too, for a pilot, particularly.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an incredible honor, really. You know, SpaceX has done this really innovative thing of being able to reuse capsules. We have obviously did that for a long time with shuttle, but never with capsules. And so the reuse piece of that is really cool, really innovative, and enables a lot of things. But that also means that the opportunity to fly on a new vehicle is very small and very short-lived. So for our crew to have not only the opportunity to fly on a new vehicle, but to name the new vehicle is truly an honor. And so it was really special for us to find that out. We thought back when Chell and I were first assigned 15, 17 months ago, we knew there was a chance we might be on a new vehicle, and so we were kind of eyeballing that for a while. And we have gotten to watch this vehicle from its infancy all the way up to be, as I say, you know, a somewhat mature baby Dragon now. And so it's been really special to see. It is truly an honor to be, you know, to get to pilot it and be part of this amazing crew that gets to fly on it for the first time. Thanks.
Hi, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News, Orlando. You touched on it a little bit, but I'm curious, with so much activity and excitement around here, what it's like to be part of this era with so many space flights, so many launches going on right now.
It's incredibly exciting. You know, for a long, in the years preceding the time that we're in now, you know, we did not have our own launch capability. And so to come back to Kennedy Space Center now with this opportunity to launch from a historic launch pad and to see all of the activity that's going on around here with our various commercial partners, of course, flying with SpaceX and having the privilege to fly on a new Crew Dragon, but to see all of the commercial launch providers that are busy at work, to see the SLS on the pad, making its own preparations, and to be anticipating having another commercial provider docking with a space station during our flight. It is incredibly exciting to be a part of it, and incredibly exciting for our agency, for our country, and for all of our international partners. We are bending metal, we are doing tests, and we are flying these vehicles with our eyes on the moon and on Mars and beyond. And it's such a privilege to be a part of this team that is reaching for things just beyond our grasp.
Will Robinson Smith, Spectrum News 13. Thanks for taking our questions. Question for Bob and Jessica. Crew 3 began the turtle takeover on the station, and we're very excited for that. Considering that you're going to be able to do a direct handover with that crew, can you just talk about how exciting it is to join your classmates on board station, what you're going to look forward to talking about?
Chell and Samantha are whispering under their lips that it's nothing but trouble. Yeah, it is an awesome opportunity. Obviously, you know, our class has been particularly tight. We are all such good friends. We truly love each other. It's been an honor to kind of grow up as fellow turtles, and to have the opportunity to be in space with not just one other turtle, but there will be 4 of us up there, and there's even a chance that we overlap with another one of our classmates down the road. So it is just it's such an honor. I mean, we, like I said, our class is really tight, and so the chance for us to go up there and give those guys a big hug and you know, learn from them for a few days before they come home is pretty awesome. It's also a little bit daunting because they have some time to prepare for us to come up there, and I'm not really sure what kind of Easter eggs we'll be finding in our crew quarters once we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Bob covered it all, but we are super excited to be able to learn from them. It's such a unique experience, this whole process of being selected together and then training together. Bob and I were actually in the same training group, so we've spent a lot of time together the past few years, and it's been such a unique experience in the sense that we all kind of learn from each other. We each have our own expertise, or each have our own individual experiences and backgrounds that we bring to the table, and so to be able to all have that available and learn from each other in our different ways and in our different aspects is really rewarding. And so to get to do that on orbit with our turtle classmates on Crew 3 is just really exciting.
All right, folks, that's going to be all the time that we have for today. A reminder to please tune in tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time for our virtual Crew News Conference. And please tune in on April 23rd for the Crew 4 launch, which is scheduled for 5:26 a.m. Eastern Time. And you can watch all of these events on nasa.gov, NASA TV, and NASA social media channels. I'm going to pass it back to Janet Petro for some closing remarks. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all again for coming out today to help us to welcome the crew here at the Kennedy Space Center. You heard how excited they are for launch. I can tell you how excited we are here at the historic Kennedy Space Center to be able to launch them. So we're praying for good weather. Go crew, go freedom. Thank you.
The final remarks given by Janet Petro there as we look on at Crew 4. From left to right, Chell Lindgren, Samantha Cristoforetti, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins. Take a few photos here before they head out to astronaut crew quarters, a historic place at the Operations and Checkout Building here at the Kennedy Space Center. got a little construction going on there behind the crew. There's a lot of construction going on around here at the multi-use spaceport. The astronauts now will be heading to lunch after they finish taking pictures at the crew quarters, and then they've got a busy afternoon full of briefings as they get ready for the next big event for them, which is on Tuesday overnight, and that is called Dry Dress. Those 4 astronauts will essentially carry out the operations on launch day as a rehearsal. And that's going to do it for us here at the Kennedy Space Center. Thanks for joining us. Again, another reminder, this Saturday at 1:45 a.m. we will start our coverage of the launch of Crew.
That is the hope. Falling over, I don't mind, but running people over, that's not cool. All right, are we ready? Thank you all for being here today. This is the District Attorney's regular Monday morning press conference. As you know, on Mondays we do 2 things. The first is that we provide an update with reference to gun violence in the prior week. And the second is that we focus on an issue or a program or something else of significance that is worth taking a look. This week, we are delighted to talk about what we all need to talk about, which is that it's getting warm, that we all have concerns about gun violence, that we want constructive, preventative opportunities available for youth in our communities, and that we are going to have them, thanks to some wonderful organizations that exist in the city of Philadelphia and do their work, sometimes on a shoestring, sometimes with some pretty good funding. The 3 organizations in particular that we will be focusing upon are the Neighborhood Bike Works, which is our host here. We will also be focusing upon Icons Sports and Men Who Care of Germantown. We'll get into the details in a moment. Let me start by acknowledging some of the people who are here. We have with us First Assistants Robert Listenby and Carolyn Engelteman, Assistant District Attorney Joanne Pescator, who supervises our District Attorney's Office Homicide and Non-Fatal Shooting Unit, a unit of attorneys primarily. We have Assistant DA Deborah Watson-Stokes, who is a Senior Advisor for Professional Development and Special Projects. Those projects tend to focus on gun violence. Myra Maxwell, the Executive Director of the DAO Victim Support Services Division, is here with one of the people she supervises, Melanie Nelson, who is the Director of our DAO Crisis Assistance Response and Engagement for Survivors Unit, otherwise known as CARES. We have some special guests with us today. Jesse West is the Executive Director of Neighborhood Bike Works, a wonderful organization that's been around since the 1990s and became pretty well known in the community many years ago for a program in which people, especially young people, who took a course in bicycle mechanics could leave with the bike. They got bikes for free for learning about bikes. And for those of us who value opportunities for kids for 100 different reasons, who think riding a bike is as American as apple pie, which I do, not everybody can afford one. Not everybody knows how to fix one. That institutional knowledge, that family knowledge may not have come down. So the work that they have been doing is truly remarkable here. We'll talk more about that. Jesse West is also here with Mustafa Abdul Rashid of Neighborhood Bike Works, who is the Youth Programs Director. And we hope to have a young man by the name of Suleiman Duncan, who is a youth program participant, assuming he's able to make it. We have with us Joe Budd and Keith Brown of Men Who Care of Germantown, another great organization that does truly wonderful work in the Northwest. They will be talking, among other things, about a major event that they have planned, which is a peace walk. It's known as Reviving the Village Peace Walk and Community Fair that will be coming up on April the 30th. And of course, we have Jasmine Smith of Icons, which is a program that started out doing girls lacrosse and young women's lacrosse, but has expanded to provide opportunities for young men as well. It actually was lacrosse and field hockey. Young men are now participating in a lacrosse program coming from South and Southwest Philly, and they are practicing near 33rd and Diamond, where, as is often the case, it is important that their activities are protected. It's important that it remains a safe space. And Jasmine Smith will be talking about that, in addition to her girls going to the World Championships. All right. As many of you know, we had a pretty terrible weekend in Philadelphia. Shooting victims were aged as young as 3 years old, up to senior citizens. Other major cities experienced similarly gruesome and senseless violence this weekend. However, our focus obviously is primarily on the city of Philadelphia and the safety of its residents, and that is why it is so important to talk in the same sentence about prevention and enforcement. It's so important to view these not as an either or, but as a yes and. We will continue to advocate and lead initiatives to secure funding for community-based agencies whose mission is violence prevention, violence intervention, violence interruption, and that support victims and youth. You will be hearing from a few of those agencies in a moment. In terms of the data, we have 145 homicides to date. As of 4/17 at 11:59 p.m. Last year there were 147 homicides, so this represents a decrease of about 5%, despite the terrible weekend that we had. We had 9 homicides and 28 non-fatal shootings. As we have stated before, during the pandemic period, on average, we've seen about 1.5 homicides per day. That is obviously awful, but it amounts to about 10.5 homicides per week. On average, this is very slightly less than that at 9 homicides, but obviously still a terrible weekend. There were 149 gun-related incidents, from which 83 arrests were made by law enforcement. My office opened 82 cases based upon those arrests. Bail numbers are not good. Median bail set for illegal possession was $100,000, and median bail set for violent offenses with guns was $125,000, 1/8 of what this office routinely requests. And when I say routinely, I mean 99.9% of the time requests. 1/8 as much money as we request, and of course, they're not paying $125,000. They don't have to. It's a 10% system where with a bail bondsman, you can pay only 3.3 That's about $4,000 to get out for a violent gun offense. Cash bail continues to fail us, and it has to be replaced with a system that divorces cash from the equation and holds people who are truly dangerous and releases those who are not. I want to talk about a few incidents, 4 in particular. The first is a shooting incident, a double shooting, which occurred on Friday, April the 15th, in the 1600 block of South 54th Street at about 9:53 p.m. Victim number 1, who is about a 3-year-old black child, was shot once in the left hand. He was transported to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and placed in stable condition. Victim 2 is about 21, a black male who was shot once in the right arm, taken to Presbyterian and in stable condition. ADA Joanne Pescator will be available during the Q&A to provide an update on this matter. Second incident is also on Friday, April the 15th. It's a non-fatal shooting incident in the 1500 block of Westmoreland Street at about 11:57 p.m. An approximately 54-year-old black female was shot once in the left hand. She was transported to Temple and placed in stable condition. An arrest has been made by PPD and a gun was recovered. However, this investigation remains ongoing. We are not done. Anyone with information should contact PPD's Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. The third of these 4 incidents is a homicide double shooting. This one occurred on Saturday, April 16th, in the 3100 block of Berkeley Drive at about 3:22 in the afternoon. An approximately 17-year-old black male was shot multiple times throughout the body. He was transported by police to Einstein Hospital, where he was pronounced a short time later. The second victim, an approximately 18-year-old black male, was shot multiple times throughout the body. He was transported to Temple, where he was placed in stable condition. 2 weapons were recovered, and an arrest has been made. This investigation, too, remains ongoing. We are not done. Anyone with information should contact PPD's Shooting Investigation Group at 215-686-8270. The final incident, also a homicide, occurred on Sunday, April 17th, in the 7200 block of Battersby Street. At about 10:02 p.m., an approximately 35-year-old Hispanic male was shot multiple times during an attempted home invasion. He was transported by police to Jefferson Torresdale Hospital, where he was pronounced a short time later. ADA Pescator will be available if there are questions for any possible updates on this particular shooting. It is now my pleasure to reintroduce Melanie Nelson, who's the director of our CARES unit, and she will mention some of the efforts that CARES has engaged in during the last week. I think she also has a reminder about something that is coming up. Is that right, Melanie?
Good morning. The CARES unit spoke to 5 families last week, providing 15 services to them. Please understand and please know, if you are a co-homicide survivor, you do not have to wait till Monday to give us a call. If there was a homicide and you are a co-homicide survivor, you can contact us on Sunday. You can contact us on Saturday. You can contact us any holiday, and we will be more than happy to provide services. You can reach me directly at 267-808-0350. National Victims' Rights Week is coming up. My boss, Myra Maxwell, will speak more to that next week. We are going to empower, we are going to love on, and we are going to extend our condolences to all those affected by gun violence and violence as a whole. Peace and blessings.
Thank you, Melanie. And as you like to say, we care, because we do. All right. I'd now like to shift and acknowledge some of the wonderful prevention work that has been done and is being done by local community-based organizations. So many of these organizations have consisted of someone in the neighborhood who does the work for free, pulls the money out of their own back pocket, buys the basketballs, coaches at the rec center for 20 years without making a dime. And that is truly wonderful. That's where you really find a heart of gold. We're just going to highlight a few organizations that either are that way or started that way, and that I think are representative of some of the wonderful work being done in different sections of the city. We will start with a few words from Joe Budd Jr. of Men Who Care of Germantown, which does most of its work in the Northwest. Next, we will hear from Jasmine Smith of the Icons Sports League, which is primarily in North Philly, although it sounds like kids are coming from everywhere to participate. And we will then go to Jessie West and possibly someone with her, we'll see, of Neighborhood Bike Works, who will explain the amazing work that's been done out of this space and in this space for more than 30 years. I won't be jumping up in the middle because that would be boring. I'll jump up later and we'll see what I do. But I won't be jumping up in the middle because that will be boring. So I would ask that you just come up in this order, please. Men Who Care of Germantown, Mr. Budd, and anyone you care to bring with you. Jasmine Smith of Icons, and then Jessie West, and either one of you cares to bring with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Joe Budd, president and co-founder of Men Who Care of Germantown. I have Keith Brown, one of our directors, here with us today. Listening to the DA Krasner's numbers and statistics and everything, one thing that really stuck out with me, he said 1.5 homicides per day. That ain't a week, that ain't a month, that's every single day somebody in this city is being murdered. And we believe that it takes both areas, law enforcement and the prevention, that's organizations getting involved in what's happening in the community for prevention of this, and that's what we do. One of our mottos is catch them before the streets catch them. Our goal is to get them at a younger age. Some of the things that we're doing right now, we're in 3 schools in the Northwest section. We're in Emlyn Elementary, Roosevelt Middle School, and Martin Luther King High School. It was very important to us to make sure that we catch them before the streets catch them and follow them. We don't get them then, we'll get them in high school and give them a different thought pattern about how they're going to be productive citizens. So at Roosevelt, we have a real talk session where we sit and meet and mentor the young men. We have after-school programs. We have an African culture program. We have a basketball program. The goal is to build relationships. Other thing we say is in our community, we need to engage, build relationships, and bring resources, because a lot of times people say just bring resources, but if they're not prepared to receive those resources, it's not going to go anywhere. So you have to build relationships that they can trust you in those relationships. We have at Martin Luther King a Real Talk session where we meet with the young men at Martin Luther King High School. We just did a gaming tournament at Martin Luther King High School. We had 65 young men participate. They were the ones who put that gaming tournament on. Everything from the brackets, they did it all. Only thing we did was supply the resources for the gaming tournament. That gives them purpose. That makes them take ownership of it. So every Tuesday we have 40-something young men in our Real Talk sessions and 30 young women with Real Talk with Women Who Care, because quiet as it's kept, some of the young ladies are going through some of the same issues that our young men are going through, our young black men. So our goal is to engage them, catch them before the streets catch them. We just did our first kickoff on the street corners at Germantown and Worcester, one of the hot spots in Philadelphia, where we had food, we had information from different resources to give them for job employment and things of that nature. I think it's so important that we understand that we have to engage our community in a mighty way. So we are making sure that we get that stuff out there. Our summer camp, our Real Talk with Men Who Care, food and information distribution we do on a regular basis. On April the 30th, we have a major event coming up. We want to make sure everyone is there. It is so important to bring attention to the gun violence in our community. So the Peace Walk, we are partnering with several organizations. EMIR, Every Murder is Real, that's doing powerful work in the community. They will have some of the victims of gun violence there to speak about the pain that it causes our community. Urgent 365 is another organization that helping out with this. 17 with Life, we heard you. Enon Tabernacle Baptist Church, Pastor Waller, they're one of our major backers in that event. It is important that the community comes together. On the campus of Martin Luther King High School, we will have all the organizations in the Northwest, especially the nonprofit organizations, coming together to say enough is enough is enough. No more. We have to do something right now, and we're working together to do it because we're better together, y'all. So we got to make sure that we all come together to fight this gun violence in our community. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, DA Kreisman, for this platform and to your office as well. My name is Jasmine A. Smith. I am the CEO and founder of Icon Sports League, which is geared towards growing field hockey and lacrosse for African American, Latino, inner city youth of Philadelphia. We currently program close to 675 children throughout the city of Philadelphia and surrounding. We have a 4-tier program, so we go into schools that ordinarily would not have field hockey and lacrosse, and we're in 14 schools throughout the city of Philadelphia. We also host clinics and tournaments in creating the pipeline for communities to close that gap. We have a club program that actually funnels in our school programs to then continue playing throughout the weekends in an international piece for our children travel in and out and through playing both sports. Currently, we have had to create another addition to our program with providing substance for boys to play lacrosse. We have become a safe haven, and last summer we actually had to hire a new coach to create that platform for these boys. Boys that were coming from Southwest Philly and West Philadelphia that found out that we were safe, a safe haven for them to participate. They felt that their own areas of where they lived were not conducive for them to go outside, and they found out that we actually have partnerships with not only the DA's office but also with the precincts, and they felt that this would be more suitable for them to continue being youth, but also to live. Every day they go out and they realize that at some point that their name could be on the news, and they wanted to create something that would be more sustainable. And so with that, we're constantly engaging them to utilize the services that the lacrosse has for them through Icons. As well, every week we practice 3 days out of the week. That's Thursdays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays. Typically throughout the week at 6:30 to 8:30. And Saturdays is 12 to 3. And we hone not only teaching them the skill set of lacrosse and field hockey for girls and lacrosse for boys, but the skill set with regards to Self-esteem. We have a motto: we just don't teach them the game, we prepare them for life. And that is truly what our mission is. All of our high school students from the age of 14 above get an opportunity to work for the University of Pennsylvania through a paid internship through our community partnership with the University of Pennsylvania. So not only are we allowing them to, really grow the game, but really giving them the tools to understand that this sport has access in that capacity. This summer, we will also be playing in the World Lacrosse Tournament. We will be playing teams from Japan, China, Ghana, England, Ireland, and various others. That it will be under the Olympic Association umbrella. So we're taking close to 75 kids plus down there to participate at the highest level of competition. This is what these kids need. These kids need a sense of hope. They need a sense of identity. They need a sense of protection. And at Icons, we give them that. We not only give them the source of inspiration, but we also give them the tools of using their voices to advocate on various numerous levels that they did not or weren't aware that they could. Again, if you need to contact us, our website is www.EYEKONZ My personal information is on there as well if there's any questions. But again, we are here to close the gap. The violence in Philadelphia has taken over every neighborhood throughout the city. And we want to make sure that we are protecting these babies so that one day that they can step into our roles and advocate for the next generation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm Jessie West, the Executive Director for Neighborhood Bike Works, and as was mentioned, one of our flagship programs is Earn a Bike, and in that program, our youth select a donated bike from our stock, and they learn how to get it road ready, and they earn the bike. It is theirs to keep at the end of the program. All of our programs are for kids 8 years old to 18, and we have a tier structure, so we have beginner level classes, we have advanced level classes, and all the way up into paid job opportunities. So we really try and create a pipeline because we find that the longer that we can engage these youth over multiple programs, over multiple years, the bigger the impact the organization has on those individuals. Our programming kind of falls into a couple of different categories. We do bike mechanics programming, we do group ride programs that can even involve the families coming with our youth on those rides. And you don't need a bike to participate in any of our programming, and it is all free of charge. We have a Freedom Riders program, which incorporates a lot of watershed, circuit trail education, along with group riding, advanced mechanics classes, and we even have a summer camp that combines group riding and mechanics in one program. And that culminates in a camping trip at the end of the year, or excuse me, at the end of the summer. And that's a 40-mile bike ride that we actually do training rides for the kids to do leading up to that. So that's kind of a summary of our programs. I don't know if you want to talk about anything with any of our... No, okay. So registration is already open for our summer programming, our spring programming. Earn a Bike will start up again in the fall. Our website is neighborhoodbikeworks.org. You can sign up there. You can reach out for more information. And that's what we have for the summer and spring. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you all. So, number one, these organizations and organizations like them need your money. They need your labor, your volunteer assistance. They need your participation. They need you to look out for that kid in your home or that kid down the block who could benefit from these programs. It makes a huge difference. It is essential to what we are trying to do, which is to prevent the next victimization, prevent the next shooting, prevent the next harm. And what we're talking about here is real, and it is possible. So let me focus on something I know pretty well, just for a moment, which is cycling. How do I know it? Well, I know it not because somebody bought me a bike when I was a kid. That's not how things were going. Because the first bike I ever had came from parts that were pulled out of dumpsters. When I was a teenager, my best friend was a guy who, like me, didn't have a whole lot of money on hand. certain amount of adversity that he had to overcome in the home, but he was amazingly mechanical. And we became friends, and we started out working on bikes, which meant we would go to the dumpster behind the Schwinn bike shop in the neighborhood. We went there probably every day looking for half-wrecked bikes, partially wrecked bikes, and we did exactly what they do here, which is they strip down parts from bikes that are troubled, and then they line them up, and then they put them together. Of course, what I was doing wasn't exactly as mechanically talented as is going on here. I was putting together my little Frankenstein bike with a front wheel that didn't really belong with the rear wheel. But as you do it, and as you learn the mechanics, and as you get better at it, the benefits are real. And what are those benefits? Well, for one thing, I went from bicycles and so friends. Next thing we knew, he was buying a car for $250, taking apart every little piece in the transmission, putting it back together, is how he became what he is now, which is a Silicon Valley engineer who is incredibly successful and runs his own R&D lab. That's where this comes from when you're 13 and 14 and 15 years old. But what else were we getting from it? We were getting out of our neighborhood. We were seeing other neighborhoods. There were times when the day's riding was 50 miles, and you were seeing places you probably never would have gotten to, and seeing things and dreaming of things you probably never would have gotten to. It was athletic. Teenage boys need to work out their energy so they don't work it out in stupider ways. I was a teenage boy. I was stupid. That's a reality. They need to work this out. Teenage girls, too, I'm sure, need to work it out. So that was another aspect of it. A third aspect of it is self-respect, is a sense of self-reliance. It's the notion that you can fix anything. And I did go on from that to fixing all kinds of things, fixing the broken dryer, fixing broken plumbing, fixing the roof. Once you gain that sense of empowerment, once you gain that confidence that you can actually fix things, especially if you're growing up broke, which I actually was, especially if you're growing up broke where there are needs, then you become the one with the broke skills who can fix things. There are really good, well-paying jobs for bike mechanics right now. And this is an organization that teaches bike mechanics. It's an organization where there are bike mechanics. It is a field that is not shrinking, it is growing. And so these skills can be incredibly important and formative as people are coming through their adolescence, as they are deciding what they want to do and finding where their capacity is. And I want to applaud this organization for doing this work for a very, very long time, even when they didn't have the funding that they might have today. And yes, I'm sure they still need more. So, as with the other organizations, please donate, please support, please volunteer. When it comes to this particular organization, donate those old bikes that are sitting in a garage. Donate the bikes that don't fit your kids anymore because they got too big and moved out. Please donate what you have so that we can support this. Philadelphia has, this is my final comment on the cycling aspect of this, Philadelphia has at times been rated as one of the best cycling cities in the United States because it has, in addition to, I think, the largest urban park in the world other than Moscow, which is Fairmount Park, broken up in different sections. In addition to that, it has very extensive bike paths, both inside and outside of Fairmount Park, that connect significant sections of the city. It has hills, but it's not especially hilly. And as a consequence, we are dealing with a city that has tremendous potential to develop what is happening organically and naturally in the city. It can get there. What is happening naturally and organically in the city is not just the kind of cycling many of us are familiar with, you know, the Tour de France cycling, all the gears on the back wheel, riding up and down hills all over. That's not it. It's this, too. It is these one-speed bikes with big wheels front and back that have bubbled up organically as being the bikes that young people want to ride in the urban environment. We're talking about urban cycling here. Now, this bike happens to be mine. I am the proud new owner of this beauty. Can I grab that helmet, please? Thank you. should only be worn with a helmet. But this is what we are talking about. It's got a single speed. Some people who actually have skills can do wheelies. I'm not one of them. Check with me in a year, maybe I'll have those skills. And what we are seeing across the country and also in Philadelphia is that this is very interesting and very attractive to a lot of people in the inner city. This is something Philadelphia should encourage. Young people cycling is like American pie. And it doesn't matter if they're black or they're brown, or they're broke, or they're doing it in the city, or they're popping wheelies, or they're going 6 miles an hour instead of 15 on a different kind of bike. This is what it is, and this is where it is. And anybody who tells you we should not be supporting this is not supporting those kids. And we have to support those kids for their sake and for our sake, because it is the right thing to do, and it is, as I think I heard earlier, it's how you build a village. That's what it's about. So, I intend to try to find opportunities when I can be the old guy at the back of the group that is riding these bikes in the city of Philadelphia. And I would love to see this. For those of you who have a vision around cycling, there are other states, there are other cities where they have youth leagues, where they literally have a few thousand young people. And they're not all rich, and they can't all buy those bikes because organizations like this exist. There are other states where there are literally thousands of young people who participate together in youth cycling leagues, high school cycling leagues, BMX leagues, leagues that do this kind of stuff. That should be Philly. That should be Philly. There is no reason in a city that is great for cycling that this should not be developed and should not be something that we lift up and we support. So, we will go to Q&A, and then I will have to make my exit. Are there questions for any of the participants here? Yes, sir.
There was among the mayhem over the weekend, there was a shooting in Mayfair where two people dressed up like police officers, the homeowner shot one of them, I believe. Could you or one of your people give us some more details about what happened here?
ADA Pescator, do you have any information?
That investigation is still ongoing. That just happened last night into this morning, so that's still being investigated. So I don't really want to comment too much further.
So was it two people dressed up like cops? Say that one.
There are allegations that there were people with someone had a badge indicating they were police. Yes.
DA Kaiser, we're seeing this collaborative approach that you have for gun violence and gun prevention with various organizations in the community who are doing incredible work to really engage the youth and to kind of stop this cycle of violence, correct? A lot of people in the community want to hear more from Philadelphia leaders. We see you at the podium every week, despite the criticisms in the community, addressing the public about gun violence. People want to know, what's the collaborative approach like with the mayor, with the Philadelphia Police Commissioner, and how are you all working together to really reduce gun violence? Today's numbers, our data analyst says today's numbers, 542 shootings last year today, 548 shootings today. What's changed in the last year, and how's the collaboration working?
So our door is wide open. I have the cell phones for the mayor and for the police commissioner and for various others within the police department. I have a cell phone for the head of the FBI, for people who are in charge of ATF. I could go on and on. But our door is wide open. Our phone is on. I speak either by phone or in person all the time with different people in law enforcement, and we collaborate essentially in every way that we possibly can. Obviously, prevention is a huge part of that collaboration. Now, what has changed since last year? It remains to be seen as we see different variants of COVID coming around. Everybody at this point agrees and recognizes that COVID and all of the disturbance it caused has played a significant role. I'm not saying the only role, but it has played a very significant role. It is too early, I think, to say whether we are going to have a better year than last year, but we do know that as of today, we are at a decrease of 5% when it comes to homicides. As of late last week, it was almost 10% as to homicides. We hope it will continue that way. It is logical. It does make sense that there's hope for a better year than last year, because despite the different variants coming up, we are seeing that all of the prevention that existed before the pandemic, well, I shouldn't say all, but more of it is coming back on board. These organizations are doing summer programming. We do have classrooms that are generally open in the city of Philadelphia. We're not there yet, and who knows exactly how long it's going to take us to get to the point where we can live a life that is similar to what happened before the pandemic, but we are getting there. Now, why do I keep stressing the pandemic? Because the lesson of the pandemic is that we have underestimated how incredibly important even the basic prevention that we had is. Organized sports not existing for the first time in my 61-year-old life, that's a bad thing. Classrooms not being open, that's a bad thing. Courthouses being shut down, that's a bad thing. Police not being able to function as normal, that's a bad thing. Economic disturbance, the absence of job programs, including job programs like the one I did as a teenager that are for kids who do not have a lot of resources, that being shut down is a bad thing. Normal employment with the contractor who lives up the block with the rusty van. Normal employment for teenagers in the community being down, which is what happened, less so now than before, but what happened as a result of the pandemic, that's bad stuff. I mean, yes, there are other things that we're aware of. Incredibly high used car sales prices, especially overseas, that seem to be overlapping with the increases in carjacking all over the country. But there were tremendous disturbances that came out of the pandemic, none of them more serious in my view than squashing all of the basic prevention that we had before. And the lesson is we should have been investing more heavily and long ago in more prevention. And if we had done that, then we might have had a stronger foundation when the wind got high and blew the house down, which is what happened during this pandemic. The lesson here is not to get rid of prevention or abandon everything that actually makes us safer in favor of things that have not worked, like mass incarceration. The lesson here is that we have to build up prevention, and then we have to move towards more effective and more modern law enforcement techniques.
DA Presner, when you have the means of communicating with the police commissioner and with the mayor, are you currently seeing progressive and positive communication with the two of them in tackling gun violence in a collaborative way?
Yes. Are there other questions? All right. Well, if there are no other questions, then it's time for me to make my exit. Therefore, we need a clear path. We should have both sides of that door.
For a press conference, like,
What's your other bike? That's not your regular ride.
This is my regular right now.
That one looks a little too high. No?
No, it's actually low. I used to commute by bike, but that was a different issue. How are you?
No, my road bike, I have a road bike and a bike.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
Here we go. Everybody run for your lives.
or works with poultry, whether on a commercial farm, in the wild, or backyard flock. Anyone visiting a farm should be aware that your vehicles and shoes may carry the virus from other places you have traveled. Clean them thoroughly and stay away from the poultry barns unless you have to be there. Please be vigilant and do your part to protect our farms. And finally, we recognize that this is a critical issue, and it's critical to maintain access to interstate commerce. As such, the department will require strict adherence to testing and permitting. We have strict biosecurity protocols in place for Pennsylvania farms and for poultry products shipped in and out of the state. We understand the business we're in, the responsibility that we have, and the importance of the poultry industry. This will require all of us to work together to make sure that we are making the right decisions in these very difficult times, but we want to guide this industry through this challenging moment. I want to thank the PDA team, Dr. Brightbill and Dr. Hamburg, the Department of Veterinarians, our lab directors and partners in the industry, Executive Deputy Secretary Greg Hostetter and Deputy Secretary Jeff Warner, and all of our partners at the USDA for their hard work. Before I turn over to Dr. Alex Hamburg, I want to remind industry stakeholders and backyard flock owners that if you suspect your poultry is infected with avian influenza, please report your concerns 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to the Pennsylvania Bureau of Animal Health and Diagnostic Services, and that number is 717-772-2852, and select option 1. I'll now turn it over to our department's Assistant Director of the Bureau of Animal Health and Diagnostic Services, Dr. Alex Hamburg. Dr. Hamburg?
Thank you, Secretary Redding. It is a humbling moment for PA agriculture, but we are going to get through this. We are prepared to mitigate this threat. I want to acknowledge the PDA Incident Management Team and everyone out in the field, our partners in academia and industry partners, and who have been exercising for this day for many years. I would like to expand upon a few points that were mentioned by Secretary Redding. The positive samples of highly pathogenic avian influenza were taken from a flock in East Donegal Township, Lancaster County, and tested at the Pennsylvania Veterinary Laboratory. Since this detection, the Interagency Highly Pathogenic Avian Influenza Task Force has worked to address this threat, disease threat to Pennsylvania's wild and domestic bird populations. The task force includes the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, the Departments of Agriculture, Health, General Services, Environmental Protection, the State Police, the Game Commission, the Air National Guard, and the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services, Veterinary Services, and Wildlife Services. Thanks to this great partnership, the task force is carrying out the response plan, which includes education and public outreach and minimizing risk factors through strict biosecurity measures and continued surveillance, testing, and management. Like each farm's biosecurity plan, the response is tailored to each farm, operation, and incident. The number of poultry involved, how are they housed, the proximity to roads and other farms, as well as supplies, equipment, and personnel. For many years, and especially over the last several months, the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, industry leaders, and poultry stakeholders have come together as a community to strengthen biosecurity plans, make emergency preparations, and educate and communicate with those raising poultry and pet birds. It is critical to remain on high alert and continue to practice elevated biosecurity. As of April 17th, 2022, infected birds in the commercial and backyard poultry flocks have been confirmed in 29 states, including most states surrounding Pennsylvania. Genetic analysis of these samples taken in other U.S. states has shown that the virus is being spread by infected wild birds. Highly pathogenic avian influenza is mainly spread through direct contact between healthy birds and bodily wastes from infected birds. It is important to be aware of the signs and symptoms of highly pathogenic avian influenza in your flock, including sudden death, lack of appetite, decreased water intake, decreased egg production or soft-shelled or misshapen eggs, nasal discharge, coughing, sneezing, incoordination, or diarrhea. Wild birds in Pennsylvania were confirmed to be infected in March, including a bald eagle in Chester County and 4 ducks in Venango County. Pennsylvania's 3 animal health laboratories analyzed nearly 200,000 samples for avian influenza last year. The laboratories which make up Pennsylvania Animal Diagnostic Laboratory System have a capacity to test many more samples if necessary. Again, if you suspect your poultry is infected with avian influenza, please report your concerns to the Pennsylvania Bureau of Animal Health and Diagnostic Services at 717-772-2852 and press option 1 to speak to the veterinarian on call. Next, I would like to turn it over to Acting Deputy Secretary Jeff Warner.
Thank you, Dr. Hamburg. Good afternoon, and thank you to everyone here, to poultry industry partners, and to the team at PDA. As Secretary Redding mentioned, and according to the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, avian influenza detections do not present a public health concern. No human cases of avian influenza have been detected in the United States. We want to remind Pennsylvanians that there is no risk to the public, and poultry and eggs remain safe to eat if cooked properly. Highly pathogenic avian influenza is a highly infectious disease and can be fatal to domestic birds, including chickens, ducks, geese, quail, pheasants, guinea fowl, and turkeys. All poultry producers should always ensure biosecurity practices are part of their daily routine to continue to protect the poultry industry. 4 good practices include, first, having a premises ID. The ability to identify where poultry flocks are located in a disease outbreak is important to help animal health officials stop the spread of the disease quickly. Using premises as ID, state officials can quickly notify all flock owners of a dangerous disease in their area, provide recommendations for reducing the risk of flocks becoming infected, and recommend testing if needed to rule out the disease. Second, keep poultry away from areas frequented by waterfowl. Keep your birds indoors at high-risk times, including right now, as highly pathogenic avian influenza is circulating in the Atlantic flyway. If the birds cannot be housed indoors, make sure wild birds cannot access their feed and water sources. Third, keep control over the access of people and equipment to poultry houses. If infected wild birds are in the area, reduce the movement of people, vehicles, or equipment to and from areas where poultry are kept. Change your clothes before and after contact with your flock, and ensure visitors do the same. Finally, maintain sanitation of property, poultry houses, equipment, vehicles, and footwear. Disinfect regularly and maintain biosecurity restricted access to your facility. For commercial poultry owners, clean and disinfect housing at the end of a production schedule. We encourage everyone to visit the department's website for more information about high-path avian influenza and to visit the USDA's website for additional up-to-date information. I will now turn it back over to Secretary Redding for closing remarks. Thank you.
Jeff, thank you, and Dr. Hamburg, thank you as well. As we have laid out this afternoon, clearly, we are on high alert. This is a different day than it was a week ago. This is a different time than when Pennsylvania had high-path AI in the 1980s. We are prepared for this moment. No one wants to be in this moment, right? But important that we're prepared to respond, and we've laid out to you this afternoon our response plan, the team that's been developed time, the investments that we've made with Penn State and the University of Pennsylvania Vet School. The industry has grown considerably, but also more sophisticated in terms of their management techniques, their systems that they have built. And we are in a moment today where we are trying to contain this virus so that it does not spread. And that means taking very strict and swift action to both address the movement of poultry, to make sure that we are dealing with all of the biosecure measures, both on the farms and then the states also are prepared to make the timely decisions to facilitate commerce, at the same time contain and eliminate this virus from Pennsylvania and Pennsylvania's poultry industry. There's too much at stake. And we want to make sure that we collectively, Pennsylvanians, are doing everything that we possibly can. At the same time, protecting both the industry and Pennsylvanians as well. So with that, we'll entertain questions for all of us. Thank you.
Can you share any details about the specific farm in question and how many birds were impacted and what happens on that facility as we move forward?
Yeah, so as we've noted, the farm is in East Donegal Township in Lancaster County. It is a complex of 1.4 million birds. And those facilities are, as we noted, our response plan and biosecurity plan require those birds to be euthanized, which is happening right now.
Where do you go from here? Would that farm have to sit empty for a while? Will they be able to, how does that work?
Yeah, so there will be, obviously a lot of this depends on whether there are further outbreaks, right? So for this particular farm, there is a lot of work to do in terms of cleaning and disposing. They will have to test. There's an old testing regimen that goes with, the protocol and our response plan. That'll be some time. This is not a weekend activity. It is not going to be just a couple of weeks that this business is out of business, right? Our goal is to get them back in, but we're going to have to test the community, the environment, the surrounding poultry operations to make sure that there's no further high-path AI in that environment, and then we begin talking about restocking this farm.
Can you help me better understand what happens to the surrounding farms that may also be involved with the poultry industry? Are they in a standstill? Are they able to sell, produce? How does that work?
Yeah, thank you. Right, so I noted trying to keep commerce moving, right? So the farm that I've just noted is the single farm at this moment that is positive, and we're working sort of with them to address the farm needs. In the surrounding area, we have within a 10-kilometer zone, there are 103 commercial farms and 162 total farms, poultry farms. Each one of them is in a strict testing protocol, and I'll ask Dr. Hamburg to expound upon this, but all of them are testing, so we're monitoring real time to make sure that it's not spreading, and of course if it does, we'll have to take immediate action. But there's also a permitting process with it. When I mention feed flowing in and that activity occurring, this permitting process that we've established is for that exact purpose, right? At the same time, contain the virus, don't spread it anywhere, but let's make sure that we can at least move product in and move product out. that is an active permitting process for all of those farms now inside of that zone.
All those farms.
Yeah, Dr. Hamburg, if you want to talk a little bit about the process, please. Thanks.
Absolutely. So for farms that are in the control area, that 10K zone that was mentioned,